Oh, yeah, that was what I was trying to fix there, I guess, as far as in the intro. I still haven't figured out how to get that to fire off, I guess, as far as in the intro. That's the only problem there. So let me get this here really quick. That's been one flaw, I guess, as far as with the channel streak thing. It won't fire off, I guess, as far as on the intro. But let me see something here. Good evening there, Jackdaw. Welcome in, Racer Batman, coming in first. Give me a second here. I want to see what the heck would I have to do to get that to go. Oh.
We're going streaky! Yeah!
There we go.
Come on, everybody, we're going! Here we go!
No, I don't know how that's gonna work every time, I guess, as far as, but I guess that'll work that way, I guess, as far as if it doesn't I would like that to be able to fire off, I guess, as far as when we're in the intro. That'd be kind of awesome, though. Anyway, so there's some things I've been trying to get fixed up and working correctly, I guess, as far as here on the stream, as far as I have some custom things. I know another thing I forgot to do in the off stream was to get this set up for doing the bear frame. We did get a bear frame car, I guess, as far as from the junkyard last time we were in here. So it ended up being, whoops, hold on. It ended up being a Ford Mustang. Yep. We're gonna speed run that one, I guess, as far as to build the engine, the car, all that good stuff. So that would be fun. What I do need to do is swap some things out here. Oh, I didn't put my Herbie back yet. Okay, hold on. Gotta fix that. Let's see, where was I putting that? That's my chargers. I just gotta swap some things around a little bit. So we got our standard there. Let's swap that to there. Cool. That way I can we'll put that bug in there. Okay, we just gotta make some room here in the garage so we can set this up for the bear frame speed run. So we'll put the death rod. Yeah, this is the one we worked on. This is their Carrera bug. Pretty cool car. No performance parts to it yet. Let's move this one to parking. We'll get that bear frame Mustang out. Here we go. Move the garage. And for some reason it put me out here. There she be. So we'll speed run that guy, I guess, as far as from the ground up. This is the bear frame. So just to kind of confirm, bear frame, completely in the red. That'll be fun. All right, so that's one of the things we got going on here for today. So stay tuned for that. I gotta make sure my speed clock, my clock and all that is good to go. Oh, you know what? I gotta turn. There it is. Making sure that one's good to go. Alright, so you all know the drill. We've done this at least one time before. So everything is going to be brand new from the store. We're not going to use any parts, I guess, as far as we have an inventory or anything like that. Just make it quick, sweet, and red like that. So we've come to find certain cars, it depends on the engine. So the engine in this one, I think is the Coyote. We put into this one. We can put other swaps in here if we choose to. I guess as far as we'll probably go with this primary engine, which is the Ford V8 Coyote. So we'll probably speed run the engine build first, and then we'll do the car. So it'll be two separate speed runs. Oh, I forgot to put this one on here. I meant to do this in the off stream, I didn't get to it. We'll just pull this one back off, and we're gonna set this up for that that particular engine. Let's do create. Find that engine. So that is the Ford V8 Coyote. There's the Cobra Jet. There's the Coyote. Let's build the Coyote. Create the engine. Cool. Just make sure the silhouette is on there. And it is. Cool. Alright, we got that all set up. I guess as far as to build that Coyote. I think what I want to do is get some preliminary things out of the way for this one. We'll give it a bath. Weld the frame. And then we can build from there. I think that's what we did last time. That seemed to work out pretty good. So let's get this over to the car wash. Get some of these preliminaries out of the way. This takes away from a little bit of the time. Oh yeah, she's in rough shape. We'll do the interior as well. No, there's not much there, but it's going to count towards getting it to 100%. It'll count. So let's move this over to... back over to the lift. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and weld it. What's going on there, Jonah? Welcome in. You're just in time. We're just getting set up to do a speed run on this bare frame Ford Mustang. Move this over to here. Just getting some preliminaries out of the way. Full 50 to get that welded. Oh, this one even has a livery on it. We'll get it painted and all that stuff. Post-spec. So the main thing is we want to just get it built. Get it built, get it to 100%, and then we can clean it up post-spec. So yeah, definitely look at the color on that. It's got a livery on it. It's kind of hard to tell. It does have the racing stripe on the top. Nice. So she's all nice and clean, ready to go. We're doing okay. I was getting a little bit fumbly, I guess, as far as today, because as far as I just realized I had a lot of things to do, I guess, as far as pre-stream, I guess, as far as, so yeah. Wasn't sure if we're gonna be running late today. So other than that in the inventory, we're good to go. All right, now I just got to get myself ready. Gotta psych myself out. I need my get my drink on, whatever, so I can get it rolling. So okay, stopwatch should be good. Gotta turn that on. Ooh, I've been ready for this, I guess, as far as since Monday. But now I gotta prepare myself. I gotta psych myself up now. All right. So yeah, I think we'll do the engine build first, like I was mentioning. So let's get that stopwatch up. All right, stopwatch is up. Let's go ahead and build this engine. Oh, we got Jono coming in with the streak. That's 2 streaks we've had since the start of the stream here.
Come on, everybody, we're going!
It's a little nipply out there, I guess, as far as you want to... yeah, the fact that it's a little bit nipply out there outside, I guess, as far as I gotta be careful with that. Appreciate the 3 streak there, Jono. Really cool feature we got here on the channel, I think. Alright. We ready for this? Alright, so I gotta get this. Make sure this is all going to cooperate for me. Alright, so the engine build, the engine block itself will be first to go. Alright, here we go. Alright, timer set. Oh, someone trying to... Oh, that was... I thought that maybe I did that. I thought I did that. My bad. Good one there, Racer Batman. So, anyway, get this on the... Oh, God. I'm already screwing up. So get that block on the list. Already screwing up. That threw me off there a little bit. Let me get that race tire off there. I don't know how that got on there. We do have them in the warehouse, I guess, as far as, but we're not using those parts. Find them all brand new. So get it on the list. A little bit, I fumbled there a little bit, so get it back on track here. Okay, so the crank. Yeah, so if anything does show up on the list there that we haven't in the warehouse, we're not using those. Not using those, so we need 8 of these. Don't forget the piston rings, because those got to go in together. Oh my god, come on, bro. Why you do this to me? Yes, there we go. Piston rings, get 8 of those. I'm fumbling all over the place. Gonna keep going though. See how long this takes us. Now, it has been proven, I guess, as far as to take us about 15 minutes, I guess, as far as to build a V8 engine. But this one might be a little bit different. We haven't done a Coyote before, so yeah, like I said again, it might be a little bit different. We'll see. That's why we kind of didn't do these things here. Kind of give you an idea. You want to do this yourself, I guess, as far as how long it actually takes. By just buying all the parts and not using any parts under an inventory. Oops, we don't have that one. That's confirmed. I'm going to try and take the approach to only buy the individual parts and not have to do them in quantity. Maybe with certain things like valve rockers and stuff like that. See, like these cams, I can probably buy all 4 of those at once. We can go like this and buy all 4 because we know we need that many. So trying to make it a little bit faster, I guess, as far as to do it that way. Okay, good deal. So we need that. That should be 2 of those. Yep. Oh crap. Yep, I'm gonna fumble on that a little bit. Keep going. Yeah, this one's got some pretty proprietary parts on it. So sparkulators, we're gonna need how many of these? Yeah, 16 of those. If I got that count right. So that's a mechanic's dozen. Cool. Rather than buy those all individually, can you imagine if you bought those all individually? That'd be crazy. So the fact that this one has all this bolting in, I guess, as far as of the cam cap screws, I guess as far as that takes a little bit more time, I think, than other V8 engines that we've built. I'll be kind of curious to see if we can stay within that 15-minute time bracket there for other V8s that we've built. Sound like an owl? What do you mean sound like an owl? Who the hell said that? Sound like an owl. I mean, I can see if I said who all the time, but I don't know who said that. Come on now. Clicking on it, get it on there. Got the times of wasting. Yeah, so what I'll try and do is see if I can order all the parts that are in the electronic shop, I guess, as far as all at once, or pretty much all at once, so I don't have to do a lot of back and forth there. So time and change, we'll need 2 of those. Come on. Some of these parts are really tiny. Oh, I don't need the head. Oh, bro, what are you doing? I was on here. Screwing me up already. So we don't need the head, we already got that. We do need 2 of these. This has got a lot of smaller parts in it, so that's throwing me off a little bit. Okay, we'll get 1 of those. Probably need 2. Yep, we'll get 2 of these because we need it for the other side. Got that dual overhead cam on this guy. Back over here. That chain on. Okay, we already bought 1 of those. That's good. Get the top ends. Get this chain. This one I think we need. We got an A and a B. Yeah, there's an A and a B. So we'll get this one on first. Oh, they're both B's. Okay, cool deal. At least we didn't buy too many parts. So I guess kind of a side thing here is to see if we buy too much of one item. I know that's definitely possible. We need 2 of these shoes. Get this engine on off on the right foot. Okay, timing cover. We'll get that on there. I might be doing this a little bit out of order, just kind of want the flow, so whatever happens to come to mind. I guess as far as, oh, yep, we need that. Just get her on there. I might be kind of all over the place. Kind of somewhat systematic though, because we don't want to have to go back and forth between the different stores if we can help it. And we need a harmonic balancer. I wish they would rename that as a harmonic balancer. That's basically what that is. As far as the technical term of it. I mean, crank pulley, it does sound kind of generic, I suppose, but pretty much any engine that you're going to work on, that's going to be called a harmonic balancer. Oh shoot, that's the wrong store. Oh, see, that's what I was trying to avoid. Definitely what I was trying to avoid. Going to the different stores. So we'll keep that on there, but trying to get all those parts in at one fell swoop. Okay. So we need the intake, get that on there. We'll keep that alternator on there. Again, I'm trying very hard not to even look at what we have in the warehouse because we're not using those. Not using those. A lot of proprietary parts on this Coyote. Okay, so we need fuel rails. Probably need 2 of those. Yep, we'll get 2 of those. And my hand's already starting to cramp up trying to get from one point to the other. So they got these covers. Get these one at a time here just to make sure. So I think this one we do have an A and a B. We got an oil fill side, a non-oil fill side. Getting that Coyote built. I don't know which one's worse to do as far as how many parts on it. Is the Hellcat or this one here? Yeah, we are smoking right now. We are definitely smoking. Trying to get this thing built. I think my hand's smoking right now, I guess, as far as trying to get kind of all bound up here a little bit. I should be adjust that. Engine cover. Yep, get that on there. There's our top end. Pretty classy looking deal there, though, too. And we need this guy. Get it on there, get it on there. That's what she said last night. Sure, there's probably a lot of things she said. Okay, we didn't have that part. Let's get that on there. Moving right along. Zippity doo dah. So alternator. Let's get our flywheel. That's our back end. We got the bottom end to do. Okay, so clutch plate. Yep, get all the clutch stuff. I know I have probably some of those in the warehouse, but not using those. Not using those. Fumbling a little bit. Come on now. Okay, we still got a bearing to put on there. Okay, that'll be the back end. Finished. We still got sparkulators, alternators, ignition coils, all that good stuff. Getting there. Still got that bottom end. Get an oil filter on there. Okay, we got one idler. Just gotta get some belts here on the front. Started off here with that idler. I don't know what else we're missing there. Let's get it. Get the bottom end. Come on now. There we go. Get some rod caps. So we need 8 of those. Got 8 pistons. Get those slapped in. And like I said, I might be doing these a little bit out of order, I guess, as far as, but that's okay. As far as speed run goes, need to get the parts on there. So I got crank bearings to do yet, and an oil pan to button up the bottom end. We got all the skills, I guess, as far as ramped up to do these as fast as we can. So far, I feel like this is going pretty good. Alright, we know we need these crank bearings. That's 3 of those for this V8. Okay, slap those puppies in. Curious thing is going to be is how many extra parts did I buy or put on the list. I know I still got the alternator to do and all that. Oil pan, yes. That alternator's kind of throwing me off right now. Keep trying to go to that one, and I know that's in a different store. Okay, so flip this right side up. I think we're ready to go to, so we can get sparkulators, get those on the list. Probably need ignition coils as well. So now we can go to here. There, spark plugs, get 8 spark plugs, brand new sparkulators. And we'll get our alternator. We'll need some ignition coils too. They'll be in the right store and you'll be able to do that. Okay, belts. We need belts. We can go... Shoot. Alright, I'm going to wait on that one. That's got to go back to the other store. I'm going to stay in the electronics store. I guess first we needed coils yet. I'm kind of trying to be systematic about it. Okay, so we got these plugs. Get me over here. It's got very good flow to this game, I guess, as far as to be able to do these types of things. Okay. Now we can get our coils. We need 8 of those. We're already in that. Well, it was. Ignition coils. I need 8 of those. Thanks. So, and slap those on. I think we're doing pretty good. Even though I had a couple of fumbles. Just a couple of fumbles. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we're going so fast, I guess as far as we got some coming out the back end. Alright, now we need this belt. Get that belt on there. Go back to this store. Whoop. I think we're just about done. This build. Come on now. I think we need a belt tensioner. Yep. We need another belt. Get her on there. Get her on there. Smooth as it goes. Idler. Yep. I saw that belt tensioner too. That on, and belt tensioner. I think that's it. That on. And time. 1360? Is that right? Let's make sure we didn't miss anything. I'll get that. I get on that snowball fight action. How we doing now? Let's get a snowball fight going. Noise. Okay, so let's make sure we did not miss anything. Are we 100%? Because if if we miss anything, we definitely gotta keep it going. Oh, I missed this cover. All right, hold on. Missed these 2 covers. All right, we're not done yet then. All right, get it back going. Okay, so get these on the list. Get them both on the list. Okay, I think that's the same deal. No, we got 2 separate ones. Okay, 2 separate deals. Those on, and I think this might be it. And time 1336. Okay, I think it's done. Let's double check our work. I think that is a complete build. So I think we're a little bit less time. So I don't know if we just gotten that much better. So I know we were about 14 and a half, 15 minutes, I guess, as far as on the other V8s. So one way we can check and make sure this is 100%. Let's pull this off. Let's see if we can put it in here and see what it says. Move that over to A. Let's see if this will go in here and see if it show 100%. Looks like it does. So I think that engine is good to go. Nice. Okay, so that's good there. So that's our time for that Coyote build, I guess, as far as 1336. Pretty good. Alright, let's move this back out of the way. We're gonna build the car now. That ought to be fun. Wow, I got my my hand all cramped up there. I thought I was not as ready as I thought I would be. Yeah, so I'd like to know who was it that said it sounded like an owl. And that was something you just came up with there, Jono. Alright, so I got the Coyote engine built. No other parts, I guess, as far as like how many parts did I get? Too many on here. That one belt. I think I might have put too many of those on there. That's actually not too bad. Oh, just a joke. Oops, what's the oops? Oh, another story card. How many of those do we got left? That's what I'd really like to know. So we do have a Mercedes going AMG as the next story car. So I think it's been mentioned there. Jack always says once those story cars are done, they don't populate anymore. I think that's what we had mentioned. So what we'll do, we're kind of in a little intermission to do the build of the Mustang. Let's put this away. You think this is the last one? Well, I guess we'll find out. Alright, I want to swap these. I want to move this around here. So let's put this guy here. Okay, I don't know what to do. Let's put this one up there, and we'll move this one up here. There we go. Just want to sort that out a little bit. That's bugging me. One spot left there. I guess as far as the net, I gotta put so this spot will allow that story car to come in. Kind of spawn it in on one of those spots. Let's get this one. Take that order. See what's going on with it. Oh, it's actually one we don't have to wash. Let's see what's going on with this dude. Hey y'all, I just got a huge injection of cash after a casino trip. I decided to get a sports car. I always wanted something fancy that would get attention. Unfortunately, I trusted my neighbor, who's a mechanic. The car is beautiful, I cannot deny. The only thing that bothers me is driving it. I'm getting the impression that something's wrong. On top of that, despite the power that this GTR is supposed to show, it doesn't exactly scream sophistication. Please check if everything is as it should be, because I don't know if I'll have to think about something new. Alternatively, try to dig into it. Perhaps you'll manage to spark a bit more power in this engine. So I guess we get to tune it, because it gives me 0 emotions for now. So I'm guessing we get to tune it. So there's only this few things here, and we just get to tune it. 35 to 40% he wants it. So not a whole lot we got to do to this thing. Not a whole lot we got to do to this thing. So just to get some preliminary things done here, let me do a compression test. Does want it tuned quite a bit. Definitely in really good shape. I wonder if that supercharger, what is the acceptable level on that? That supercharger is not 100%. 95% he wants it to, so there's the supercharger is one of the items. Okay, let's do OBD. He says something doesn't feel right, and I guess as far as, and he wouldn't be wrong, because obviously that supercharger needs a little bit of help. Let's just break it down here, I guess, as far as to see what we can do to it. So ECU, that's not 100%, so that's probably going to be on our list. Indeed. What else we got? So let's do fuel pressure. Whoops. Do a fuel pressure test. See what's going on there. So we might have a little bit in every one of these categories. Oh, I saw something red there. Fuel pump and fuel rail. Okay, so that should be up on our list. We're breaking her down. So let's do electrical tests. Hey, I'm playing CMS on PS4, so basically CMS 2018. How can I make good money? Level 19 is not a terrible thing there. So 18. You're playing 18, I guess, as far as we have done some retro play of that one. I'm trying to think of what's in there. Do you got any DLC for it there, Frantic? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, let me do a electrical test on this one. It'll be the last of the tests. So, I know for me, at least anyway, I tend to do just a lot of the call orders. And if you got any DLC, I guess as far as that got high-end cars into it, work on those. Those will get you quite a bit of money. So I'm just kind of thinking what 18 has in comparison to 21. Okay, so we don't have anything going on with the fuses and relays. But we did get a few parts here, I guess, as far as figured out here. So I'm thinking some of the other parts here that are left are probably suspension. Could be suspension. We'll get it over to the test bath once we get to this. So we got a little bit done here. So not quite as many faults on this one. Dude just wants it tuned so it's get a little more vroom out of it. You got no DLC. You got game with PS Plus. Oh, I gotcha. So we have played some 2018, I guess, as far as here on the stream in the past. So if you don't have any DLC, okay, really it's just a very grindy game then, I guess, as far as to be able to get just a lot of call orders. It really just comes down to a lot of call orders, I guess, as far as to get yourself up there, I guess, as far as in the caches, because I think our last playthrough that we did for 2018, we're up to level 36, I believe. And I think we got like 700,000 in the bank, something like that. So it does take some time. So the fact that you're at level 19, you shouldn't be too far off, like that. So you should have a good 300,000 or so in the bank, depending on what approach you take, being at level 19. What's going on there, Daniel? Danny Lennox? What's up? Welcome on in. So yeah, just kind of thinking out loud there, Frantic, as far as if you're at level 19, I'm guessing you probably got about 300,000 or so in the bank. If you don't, may have come down to, I guess, as far as you took a different approach. You got 100K? Yeah, so I know with our playthrough, I guess, as far as so have you sold a lot of your unrepaired parts? You know, the parts that you change out, like, so in your inventory, did you sell a lot of that stuff? Because you can make money, even though not a lot, I guess, as far as by selling a lot of those parts in your inventory. So if you haven't done that, make sure you do that. Yeah, those parts that are left over, as far as will make you quite a bit of money. So you have sold those parts? Yeah, so the fact that you only got 100,000 in there, I'm trying to think what approach you might have taken, I guess, as far as you should have close to 300. If not 300. So if you only got 100, yeah, I would stay away if you only got that much in there. This is just my suggestion. Stay away from getting barn finds and stuff like that and working on your own cars. That's really the thing you want to do. So get it built up, I guess, as far as where you're not buying your own cars yet and fixing those up. Just work on the customer cars, the call orders to get it up there. Get your bankroll up there first, and then go from there. You don't know what you did wrong. So I guess it's like I said, did you buy any of your cars for yourself to fix them up? Because if you did that, that might be part of the reason why, I guess, as far as you're a little bit low, I guess, as far as on the funds. You know, some of the parts too, like if you've got parts from the crates and you've got inventory for that, you can sell those parts too. You can make money, I guess, as far as on those premium parts that you get from the crates as you level up. So that's another way you can make some money, I guess, as far as don't keep them in your inventory or build your own cars with those parts just yet, right off the beginning, because that'll kind of throw your balance off, I guess, as far as with that. Should I buy improved parts for customers? No, you shouldn't. Just regular parts. Yeah. Now, unless they specifically ask for, I guess, as far as a certain condition on the parts, normally all you want to do is just get the standard regular parts. Don't give them custom parts. If you give them custom parts, that's going to take away from. You're not going to make anything doing that. In a lot of cases. So yeah, hopefully that does help. I think you'll get there. I mean, you're not in terrible shape, I guess, as far as being at level 19 with 100,000. You, like I said, you should have closer to 300,000 if you would have done it more the way I was speaking of. But not doing that terrible. It's not that terrible. It's definitely you can rebound from that. Oh, I'm just getting myself ready to get as far as to speed run this car build. I'm just kind of eyeing it down, I guess, as far as for what we're going to need. So we're going to need body panels. We'll start with those. All right, let's reset this clock. Bloop. to do this speed run on the car build. Yeah, so feel free to ask any other questions there, Frantic. I know I don't have as much info, I guess, as far as on 18, even though we have done that loosely. More of our focus has been on 21. I think 21 here gives you so much more you can do, especially if you've got majority of the DLC, to include the drag DLC. There's a lot of things you can do as far as to make tons of cash with this one. But yeah, we're all willing to help. If I don't know something about it there, Frantic, I guess as far as someone in here probably does. Someone in here probably does that's lurking. Alrighty then. I'm just psyching myself out to do this because I want to do a good job on this one. So I think the last time we did a speed run on a car build, it took us about 30 to 35 minutes, something like that. So we're kind of going, trying to stay in that one. I'm trying my best not to even look at the clock as we build it. So I just want to get myself ready there. So we're going to start with the body panels. Get them on the list and get them bought. Alright, here we go. Ready? Time's going. Alright, so whoop. Let's get some stuff on the list. So we got to get that on the list. I think I might do these one at a time here. So it's got to go. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. That's what I forgot to do. So we got to go to this car. Front bumper, yes. We're not going to worry about painting it just yet. We're just going to get the parts on the car. We need both headlights. I don't know if these are tuned parts. Nope. Alright, good deal. I don't know if this Ford has any tuned parts. I'm not sure. So if I do tend to miss Chad, I guess as far as I'm just a little bit focused right now on the speed run for this one. So, not trying to be ignorant or anything like that. Just tend to focus on the car build at hand. Yeah, the fact that we even have this option in 21, I guess, as far as to put stuff on the list to be able to get these parts a lot quicker, it just goes to show you the fluidity in this game, how fast you can actually do it. I mean, you don't have to do these as a speed run, but you can kind of challenge yourself to see how fast you can build a car. Yeah, okay, so just moving right around the car. Okay, tail lights. So we don't have any tuned parts, I don't believe, on this deal. Sometimes I tend to misclick, I guess, as far as in select the wrong part to put it on the list. I did that with a couple parts there on the engine build, which we did that as a separate speed run. So we need the trunk, put that on the list. Moving right along. So far it seems to be going pretty good. Not fumbling too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, to try to do this in 18, I guess as far as it would take a lot longer to do. So we need some mirrors. Get some mirrors. Okay, we're gonna need some glass. We'll get that other mirror. And over here. Come on now. Give me that mirror. It's that. Boop, boop. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and get the glass on the... Get that on the list. I missed that side window. Windshield. Let's go. That one. Whoops. I have to buy that one yet. Hold on. Meant to get them both. Okay, get that in there. Boop. That in there. So this part of the build is going to include getting all the parts in there as far as like brakes, suspension, all that good stuff too. So that's going to include putting the shock assemblies together, all that good stuff. Yeah. Oh, crap. What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh. I had it on the list. I didn't get it on the list. Yeah, there we go. I might take a break after this one here because hands are starting to cramp up. The one bad thing I guess as far as about that, it's like you're trying to do these quick motions. We always have the ability, I guess, as far as to stop it, take a break, and then continue on. Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. 3 minutes in. Alright, so that's most of the body. Alright. Whew. Wow. It's my hand all cramped up. What's going on there, Chemical? Does it have a turbo? This one does not have a turbo. So basically just do custom request. When you do recommend you can start doing barn finds. Yeah, I would not do the barn finds there, Frantic, and gets as far as until, you know, you're a little bit higher up in the, even though you do have the ability to go to the barn finds and stuff, just kind of collect those up. That's just a suggestion. If you really want to get the funds built up and whatnot, that's the best way to go, in my opinion. That's what we've been able to do there. So yeah, we got a raffle going on. We got chemicals in here. Yeah, we're doing a speed run here. Chemical gets as far as on this. So just taking a short break. Hand got a little bit crampy, I guess, as far as with getting the bar build in there. So yeah, no turbo on this one. So we got the Coyote built already. I'll put this on the stand here. Coyote is already built. It's 100%. It's ready to go. Did a speed run on that one as well. Definitely no turbo though. So this is one that we did find in the junkyard as a bare frame. Oh, it doesn't show it as a bare frame anymore. Interesting. So yeah, this did start out as a bare frame, but I guess now that we got parts on it, it's no longer a bare frame. Interesting. Alright, so let me get this up here. We got some stuff on the bottom end here to do next. Alright, here we go. Timer's going. Alright, so parts. Action. Alright, so we need some knuckles. We'll buy these one at a time here, so we can go back to this store. I know I'm going to need two, but I'm going to try and take the approach of just buying one side, you know, one part as we need it. Slap it on there. Okay. Okay, hub. Get it on the list, get it on the list. So, about 30 to 35 minutes, I think has been our previous goal. Previous challenge, I guess, as far as about the our builds. So we're doing all the other parts at this point. Everything's brand new, right from the store. Nothing from inventory or anything like that. Not refurbishing anything. None of that. Get it on the list, put it on. Sounds simple when you say it that way, right? So we'll cap this off. Yeah, you know, if nothing else, like I said, I guess as far as this kind of shows you pretty well, I guess, as far as how we need that. Realize that I need the cylinder too, so we go brake. How fluid this game is as far as to be able to buy the parts, slap them on. So not only can you get a lot of speed out of some of the cars you build, but also in how you build it. Very well, much more improved, I guess, as far as on the game mechanics. Okay, so we're gonna need rubber bushings and all that. I might buy those all at once. See how that's gonna work. So we got the strut assembly on this one here, so we only need how many? I'm trying to think here as I put these on here. So we're gonna need 8. Oh crap! Damn it! I hate when it does that though. 8, 3, 4, 5. We need. Is it 12? Oh my god! I can't even think. Don't have time. So let's get these in here. So I know I'm gonna need 2 for that. I'm gonna get some rubber bushings, and I think I only need 8. If I'm counting this right. Pretty sure I only need 8. Because we don't have the upper control arm as far as the wishbone. Not the double wishbone, this is just the strut assembly. I think we'll be good there. Let's go on this side and get this done. Come on, bro, get it over here. Fumble there a little bit. Okay, so this knuckle. That on there. This lower control arm, so we already got all the rubber bushings. Rubber bushings, you're the one. You make part-time lots of fun. Never did make a jingle out of that one. Never did. So we got a backing plate. Get the brakes and all that stuff on this side. I made sure to get it lifted up far enough here so we can do all the suspension. Yeah, I think this definitely takes a little bit longer than putting the body parts on. Only took us a little more than 3 minutes to get the body panels on there. So ventilated because they are on the front. Brake pads. Moving right along. Wheel bearing. Get that off there. Normally what I would do when we put these cars together as far as to buy all these parts like in bulk. And that seems to go a lot better. I'm going to need that brake cylinder, so let's go. Now we do have the quick menus up on there, but taking the approach to just go ahead and type it in. Definitely can use the quick menu up at the top. Okay, we do need that dude. I don't know why I was trying to put it on because I know I don't have it yet. Okay, we're doing good here. So tie rods. I don't think I put the outer tie rod on the other side. I think I got the inner, but not the outer. Okay, so let's get the outer. That'll be for both of those. I'm gonna get 2 of those because I think I didn't put that on the other side. Okay, so let's get it over here. Get me over there. Get me over there. Nope, sure didn't. Okay, so shock assembly. So I'm gonna get this on the list. We're gonna have to build these blind. I have to build. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? List. Need 2 of these. Come on. Okay. Go to here. We're gonna need front spring, so I'm gonna go spring. Need 2 of these puppies, and don't forget the caps. Crap. Caps. Oh no! Don't do this to me. Oh, bro, come on. Screwing me up here. Cap. We should have front cap set for these puppies right there. Get 2 of those, and we gotta build those. Put those together. Cool. Got all the parts we needed. Jonah will try to get another snowball fight going. We got a good snowball fight going yesterday against as far as during our trucking. That was pretty cool. Now let's get these back in there. Got our shock assemblies. Cool. There's that one over here. And we'll need... Did I get the steering rack in there? I think I did. Need a sway bar. Let's get that on the list. Sway bar and links. Get that all tied in for the front end. Okay. Let's get these rubber bushings in for our subframe. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to that story car. So if that is the last one, that'll bring a finale to that one. And I'm going to have to come up with a different redeem, I guess, as far as for that. Because if all the story cards are done... okay, let me pause this for a second. I want to get an idea of where we're at here. So I think we got most of the front end. Need those end links. We'll get onto the rear end. We're not going to worry about engine-based stuff, I guess, as far as right now. Get it back on the ground once we get all the suspension in. I do need the end links, then we can move on to the rear end. Okay. I know I got a game plan. Let's go. So we need these end links. We need 2. So I'm trying not to cheat y'all, I guess, as far as so that... just going to pause it so we can get a better idea of what we're going to need. You know, kind of game plan. Always got to have a game plan. There we go. So there's our front end. For the most part, let's get our rear end. Get this going. Okay, so we need knuckles. Cross member, okay. Put those on the list. You know, what's kind of fun at this point here is since we got so much money to work with, we can do these kinds of things. You don't have to worry about having enough money or all that. Kind of a fun thing to do. So we got this wheel on. So for this setup here, I know I need 8. I'm going to get these rubber bushings right away. So we need 8 of each. 8 of each of these. For this type of rear end. That way we got those out of the way. Alright, so now we can get this arm. Yeah, we've done enough of these to kind of know how many we need. Okay, so we need this hub. I feel like we're doing pretty good. We're fumbling a little bit, but that's to be expected. That's to be expected. But I can't say enough, I guess, as far as how much this really does prove the fluidity of this game as far as being able to transition from one thing to the other. Whoops. We need this caliper. So even if you did want to do it this way, I guess as far as to get the other brake stuff, you can use the quick menus or type it in. You have more than one way, I guess, as far as to get to what you need. Okay, so we got our wheel hub. Uh-oh. So we're in the wrong thing there. So sometimes it'll throw you off like that if you're in the wrong quick menu. That's the only downside, I guess, suppose of that. But being able to recover, I guess, as far as getting into the wrong menu, I guess, as far as kind of shows. Get on this side, please. There we go. We need this knuckle. Get that on the list. You know, just how you can transition from one side to the other. Sometimes it can be a little bit clumsy, but it's not all that terrible. Not all that terrible. So we can expect much the same type of fluidity, I guess, as far as in the next rendition. Because if we don't, we might have some things to complain about. If anything else. So we need this brake rotor. Hopefully Red Dot Games is listening as far as like, if it takes away from this level of fluidity in the game, I guess as far as we don't want it. Fix it. I say that, I guess, as far as with much confidence, I guess, as far as that we don't expect them, I guess, as far as to go backwards on the game's fluidity. So caliper, yes. I'm going to do it this way. So that's just the way I like to do it. But it's one thing to know, I guess, as far as what parts do need other parts to be able to put them completely together. Just like with the strut assemblies. Okay, so we got this arm. We already got rubber bushings, so we're good there. Got to get the parts to be able to put the rubber bushings into. I feel like this is going pretty good. We already got that rubber bushing. That's good. We need this arm. We'll get the one on the other side there too. Does help too, I guess, as far as having a lot of practice to, you know, if you've done enough of these to know, I guess, as far as what you can expect goes on next. That helps a lot, I guess, as far as being able to do this type of thing. So it's kind of anticipated as far as like, I know I'm going to need this, know I'm going to need that. And just expect it. Do. Okay, so we gotta get these rubber bushings in the cross member. We'll get some shocks for this puppy. Yep, let's get this shock. Try not to bounce around too much, I guess, as far as from one side to the other. Try to stay on one side and get all that done first. And move on to the other side. At least that's somewhat the approach I like to take. Okay, so we get this arm in. This is a very busy rear end. It's got a lot going on with it. Quite a bit going on with it. Okay, we need this arm. Again, we already got all the rubber bushings, so we should be good. Just need that. Oh, shoot! I did that wrong anyway. I meant to get the arm, not the bushing. Whoops. That's going to throw me off now. That rubber bushing's in there. So, yeah, misclick there, I guess, as far as to get the wrong part on the list. Okay, let's get back over to this side. We need this shock. I'll probably miss the sway bar end link. I bet you I did. Pretty sure I did. Okay, get that bushing in there. Cool. Alright, yep, this end link here, I probably missed that on the other side. That's easy one to forget. That small rubber bushing's throwing me off. I should probably get it off the list, but I don't have time. I don't have time. No time. So we get these springs in there. Cool. Yeah, that's definitely throwing me off. Definitely throwing me off. Okay, so springs. Spring, thank you. Okay. Get that cap on there. So I'm focused more on that one part of this shopping list. So we can get these end links now. We're going to need 2 of them, 1 for each side. Oh my god, that's throwing me off so bad. 2. Okay, let's get those sway bar end links in there. Get to the other side. Boop. And I'm going to take a short recess here. So we're 16:51 in. Alright, so I just want to take a little bit of a breather. We're good. Moving along, so we got fuel tank. So we're just getting an idea here. So tires, I don't know, did we include that, I guess, as far as doing the tires? I think we did. Yeah. Appreciate the follow there, Frantic. Like, what should my cash be before doing custom cars and barn find? You want to be, you know, pretty solid, like a good 500,000, I feel. You know, like I said, where you should have been at there, Frantic, around 300,000, I guess, as far as there's the fact that you're not. I think anywhere from 300,000 in the bank to 500,000 is very comfortable to start buying your own cars and being able to put all the new parts to it, irregardless if they're performance or not. That's just my own take on it. You got to go enjoy the rest of your stream. I appreciate you, appreciate the follow there, Frantic. So yeah, we do like to play a lot of this game, I guess, as far as, so if you got any other questions about that, do feel free to stop back in, I guess, as far as, and feel free to ask. Yeah, so I can only speak the approaches that I've taken and what's worked for me. It may not be as good, I guess, as far as for everybody. Everybody has their own. There's really no wrong way to play it. But if you're wanting to get the bank account built up, I guess, as far as enough, that's the approach that I took to do that. No problem there, Frantic. So I understand if you do have to go, I guess, as far as I do appreciate you sticking around and checking out what we got here, and hopefully we helped you out. Bye for now. Alright, yeah, so I think we did include the tires and rims, I guess, as far as in the speed run. So I think we'll include that. Alright, so we got fuel tank, pump. Alright, let's get the clock back going again. Alright, so here we go. Going, yeah, we're good. So get this on the list. Got our fuel tank. I should have probably took that that rubber bushing off there while I was in recess. Oh well. Alright, so fuel pump. Okay, so that's good. We'll get these mufflers on there. Probably need 2 of those. Yep, still throwing me off. Should have probably took that off. Would have been smart. Would have been. Alright, so we can do all the exhaust. So I think I missed a exhaust pipe in there. I think I did. So our turbo resonators. Also the middle muffler. Turbo resonators though. Yeah, I think I missed a pipe ahead of that in between the mufflers and the 2 of those, 1 for each side. I guess we're going to be going to tires. Yeah. Alright, let's get the tires on there. So we'll go tires. Well, what kind of tires do we have? Alright, so we're going to go to the tire shop. And we need 275 40 19. 270 40. Oh, 19. Let's see, 270 40 19. Okay, so there's our tires. Rims. What do we need for rims? Mustang GT. Okay, that should be easy enough. We'll go to rims. We'll go Mustang. So we'll do MUS. Mustang GT. So that's these fellas. We'll get 4 of them. You know what? I'm just gonna go make it easy and just do 19-inch rims all the way around. Yep. Do 4 of those. Cool deal. So let's get those on to get these put together. Install. Yes, please. This is gonna be, we only have the rears for now. I could probably buy another set for the front. I'm not gonna worry about getting them exactly the same on both the front and back. So if they are staggered. So we'll balance this guy. I don't think that's against the rules, I guess, as far as to put the wrong size. Just a matter of getting them put together and put them on the car. You know, because there's so much that you can do with different size tires. I think that's the only reason why I make that rule. Alright, so we got front tires we can put on there too. Just out of curiosity though, what type of... They are staggered, so 255 in the front, 275 in the rear. So we can get them a little bit narrower in the front. Let's go to the tire shop. We already got the rims. So we'll go... I'm gonna take that off of there. Okay, let me get this back on the list. Oh crap. On the list, thank you. Okay, let's go there. So we need 255 on the rear. So 19 inch. 255 for you. And we need 2 of them. There we go. Alright, let's get those put together. We already got the rims, so we're good there. I feel like this does take a little bit of time away, I guess, as far as from getting it put together, but I feel like balancing them, I guess, as far as that part is, because they're so close together on the both the tools. That one off. This makes it a little bit quicker to get as far as to do. That is if you don't fumble or misclick. Okay, let's get those on the front, and then we'll do a quick pause. See where we're at. And we only got some engine bay stuff to do. We got engine bay stuff to do. We'll do that next. Alright, we're going to pause it right there. So right now, we're doing pretty good. A little over 21 minutes. 21 minutes, I guess, as far as you get this far. We're right on track to get as far as get this within a half an hour. 30 minutes. Alright, let's get this down. So, just to get a summary, I guess, as far as where we're at. We're 90% on the body. So that means the last 10% is going to be the license plates, which we'll get those on there. Frame is 100%. We already welded it. We're not quite 50% on parts, so we got the engine base stuff there to do. We'll continue the speed run from the engine base parts here. We'll lift that up. Alright, here we go. We're going to do engine bay parts. Time is going. Alright, so let's go. Part mount. We're going to get battery. This one we need to go to here, get ourselves a battery. Oh, I see what I did. Yep, still we got one in the warehouse, but we're not going that route. We're gonna get a brand new battery. We'll get this guy. Go back to this store. I kind of screwed up there, I guess, as far as I should have got all the electronic stuff, I guess, as far as all at once. That's okay. Radiator. Okay, get all the radiator stuff. So this one needs 2 fans for the radiator. Okay, so we're gonna go radiator. And we need that fan and this fan. That's for the single radiator. This one's the dual fan. Very well labeled, I guess, as far as in the store, so you don't misclick on that one. Air filter base. We need a filter. Moving right along. I'm making pretty good time on this so far. Okay, so we need a cover. This one here has got the clips on it. That's going to be a pain in the butt. Yep, so we need 4 clips for that air filter base. So we need 4 of those. Good deal. Slap those in. Super focused, super focused. Come on now, get in there. Fumbling. Alright, so we got bug juice container. Yeah, this is going really smooth. So our coolant reservoir, that's for Gatorade juice. For the radiator, cool. Servo, let's get that on the list. I do have one of these already on the list, but that's we're trying to build that up in the warehouse, get those stocked up. Module and pump. Yep. Oh, we gotta go to the, yep, electronics store. Pump. Cool deal. Get that on there. That's gonna need a module. That needs to be bolted in. Go at this store. Yep, so I got that all already on the list. Okay, cool. We're good. Hold that all in. Fuse and relays is gonna be fun, so let's get that going. Any fuse base. Get that in. Okay, all the fuse and relays. Hopefully I don't miss anything. Very easy to misclick on this part. Oh, I missed those little guys. I already realized I did miss the little guys. We need one of those. We need two of these. I am definitely going to misclick on this, or I can already feel it. Two of these. Three of these. So other than the little relays, I guess as far as we'll get those on the list. So two of these. Okay, let's get these in. And yeah, these little guys, there's three of those there, I notice. ECU, we're gonna need to get that. That's also in the electronic shop, so I think that'll be good. Okay, let's get these on the list. I know I missed these. Let's have three of those little guys. Marvelous. I'll get those in. We're gonna need a cover, ECU. Okay, cover's ready. Alright, let's get our cover. That's all in the store. Okay, get that ECU on the list. Just the standard one. Nothing performance or anything on this, at least for now. Boop. And I'm gonna pause it right there. We're right at 25 minutes. 25 minutes. We're doing really good. Whew, we're about to that point to get the engine in there. I think we're pretty much done. So other than getting the engine, we got that reservoir in there, just making sure we didn't miss anything. We did pretty good here. Nice. Alright. I think we're ready to put the engine in. Let's get that back off the stand. This is a fun little build. Yeah, I think we pretty much got it. Let's see where we're at parts wise here. 54% on parts, so the other 50% will be the engine, downpipes. We still got interior to do. Okay. Yeah, so the fact that we got it detailed, I guess, as far as kind of adds to it. So I think we're pretty good. We just got to get the engine in there and do the interior. Okay. All right. Let's continue with it. Whoop. Get the engine in there. We already confirmed that it is 100%. Get that out of the way. Button up the bottom end. And we got that interior to do yet. Okay, so we got our gearbox. We got a new gearbox for her. Go back to this store. Drive shaft, all that good stuff. Okay, we need the starter that we have on the list. I got 4 of them on there now. That's funny. Got 4 starters on there. Bro, give me that. Thank you. Okay, bolt that in. We got both downpipes. Gotta go back to this store. Kind of really screwed up on that one there. I shouldn't have made it to where I had to go from store to store. But again, it kind of does show how fluid it is, I guess, as far as I get from one place to the other. So challenge yourself. See if you can do most of these car builds, I guess, as far as within about half an hour. Okay, we're gonna pause it there again. We're still under 30 minutes. I think we pretty much got. Oh, you know what? I missed some things over here. Notice that. So we probably did miss. Okay. We're not done yet. So we got this to go in there, rubber bushings, that one there. Okay, so keep the timer going. Let's get this on the list. We did miss some things.
Ain't got no gas in it.
It doesn't yet, but we're getting there. We'll get her dyno and all that. Make sure we get all the power out of it. Okay, so we need that part. Yeah, she definitely don't have any gas in it yet. We're gonna fix that for sure. Okay, and then we missed this rubber bushing. Okay, pause it again. Boop. Still doing good. So 100% on parts. So we're definitely good on parts. We got that all completely built. Now we got interior to do. Cool deal. All right, so I'm gonna get this back down. We'll do interior. So yeah, confirm we do got all the parts in there. Let's get this set up here. All right, so interior. Let's do some interior. Let's do an assemble. We don't have any of these parts. Gotta get them all brand new. Let's do a normal mode. Go to the interior shop. Grab those items. 2 seats for the front. 1 bench seat for the back. And steering wheel. Cool. Yeah, let's get those slapped in there. And this should make it complete. Alright, pause it there. 28 minutes on this one. Either we gotten that much better, I guess, as far as this one's just a very simple car to build. So just to confirm, we did get 100% all the way around. So we're only missing the plates. That's that last 10% for the body. I think we're good. We're well under 30 minutes to build this car. 30 minutes to build that car, start to finish. Now, what we haven't done yet is put the fluids into it. You know, because of the animations for that, whatever, I'm not going to include that. I like to just include the parts that, you know, just the bolt-in parts and stuff like that. Because the animations, I guess, as far as for a lot of the fluid stuff, I guess as far as kind of does take away from that. I think it's just to get the car built. That's the main thing I like to focus on. So that's what we did. We can get some plates for this. We are going to sell this one. We're not going to keep it. So let's go to the plate shop. Let's get some standard dealer plates. So let's do 2 of those. And buy it. Wait, let's slap those on. Plate for the front. And a plate for the back. That'll get that the body out to 100%. Now, as far as painting it, it's a matter of discretion if we want to do that. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it the factory color. You don't really gain anything more, I guess, as far as that we've proven before, I guess, as far as to paint it. Because as it stands right now, for example, $132,000 in profit. Bought it for this much at the as a bare frame in the junkyard. Pretty good turnaround for this one, I guess, as far as to go from bare frame to that. Now, just to prove you don't gain any monies, $132,000 in profit. Let's get this over to paint booth. We'll paint it the factory color, and we'll confirm that do not make anything extra. $32,485. Let's go ahead and paint it. We'll do factory color. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do current color. Guess that's the same. Let's do that. Yeah, this also had a livery on it, and so it did have stripes on it. Let's see which ones. Add those on there. Add it on the roof at least. So we're gonna do that. Now, after we get this painted, we'll check and see, or we'll continue to prove the point, I guess, as far as you do not make any extra money for painting it. We did make a little bit, so it was $485, so very little. Just put it that way. Very little more that you do make on it, I guess, as far as by painting it. So, just taking into account 1,000 credits, I guess, as far as to paint it. Right? in comparison to how much you actually make off of it after painting it. So anyway, she's painted. Let's get the fluids into her. We gotta get her over to the dyno and all that stuff. We'll get the alignments done before we sell it. You know, we like to do it right. We like to build our cars just right. We're not sloppy. We don't like to be sloppy. Sloppy gets you nothing. Nowhere. Okay, so let's do some cherry juice in here. Yeah, that was a fun little build. Just under half an hour to do the car build itself. We were 13, what was it, 13 minutes to build the engine. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's get some brake juice in here. We got that story car to work on decks. So that should be fun. We definitely get to tune it. So I'm thinking the fact that we know the supercharger's bad, the fuel pump, and such things like that are bad, we're just going to get performance for those. Because he does want 35 to 40%, I believe it was. Yeah. So we get some coolant in here. So yeah, I think that's we'll definitely get those as performance parts. That's the already. This seems to scream that whole idea. This seems to. All right, so that's good on the coolant. Get some bug juice in this container. No, what are you doing, bro? Get back on there. Gotta put some coolant in it. Bro, what are you doing? What the heck? Jeez, oh Pete. 3 times the charm? I guess. Alright, so we definitely want to make sure this thing does start, which it should. Got everything built to 100%. So that's just to confirm we're 100% all the way around. This thing should start. Check her out. Fires right up. Good deal. Alright, let's get this over to the test pass so we can do the alignments on the suspension and whatnot. That's not what I wanted. Move to... There we go. That's what I wanted. Cool. Let's do all the alignments. Get a lot of whack. Let's like less out of whack. And especially in the rear end. Holy smokes. Too far out of whack. There we go. That's good. Snowball fight. Let's go. I'll get on that action. Gotta pack it up there. There we go. Alignments. Let's do headlights. There we go. That's all aligned. Only thing left to do is the dyno. Go ahead and that off. We're good on that. Good to go on that one. There, we did that. Oh, we get to go in this pit. So we can't do this in 18. You can in 21, I guess, as far as get into the pit. Pretty cool. The only thing is you can't move the car over to that spot. That's the only downside. Let's get this over to dyno. So we should be able to get 437 horsepower out of that base power out of this engine, out of the Coyote. So let's do dyno. Let's see if we get all that base power. Now the fact that it's 100%, no reason why we shouldn't. Gets a little noisy in here, so if you got the earbuds in and the volumes up there, just a fair warning. Only fair warning. And we indeed did get all that base power. We're Class C 229. Beautiful. We gotta break it in over at the drag strip now. We'll have some fun with it at the drag strip. This is a really nice, you know, for a Ford vehicle, I guess as far as, it's pretty well done. Very retro, I feel. Yeah, let's go take this over to the drag strip. Now we got our dyno. Let's have some fun with it at the strip. Player gonna work? Probably not. Bro, come on now. Why are you like this? Need to get a new player. Hate when the things don't work when I want them to work. Anyway, let's go quarter mile. So we get to go against the Mitsubishi Eclipse GST. That's got that big frickin' motor in it. No tuning though. Alright, let's see if we can beat the Mitsubishi Eclipse. I mean, a lot smaller engine, but we'll see what we got here. Hear that turbo? That Eclipse has got a turbo. We beat that turbo. Pretty solid race for Class C. Yeah, so yeah, this one here had a turbo. That BFM does have the turbo. When they took them from a muscle car to a mass-produced POS, that's where I lost sense. Yeah, I would have to somewhat agree with that. I think the look of it, I guess, as far as is very retro. So when you look at the old school Mustang, as far as the fastback look to it and whatnot, they did a really good job with that. And they tried to mimic, I guess, as far as much of it, but I think the power plants, quite honestly, because I've assisted in working on some of the Mustangs, I guess, as far as IRL, and they are, in my opinion, they're garbage. Sorry, not sorry, I guess, as far as they are garbage. They're not as good as the old school engines. They're very cheap, I guess, as far as in their design. I think that could be much to be said for a lot of the manufacturers. A lot of these newer builds of engines, I guess, as far as they're just garbage. Look at the the latest engine that GM has built for the full-size pickups. All the problems that they're having, they're looking at billions of dollars in recalls. Billions with a B. Horrible mistake, but you know, so they just don't make them like they used to. That's true. But we got a Stingray C8. That's a nice matchup right here. It's got a little bit of tuning on this one. He's got race tires in the Forza Sport. We have made this comparison that tires do make a difference, irregardless if you got tuning. So let's see if we can beat the Stingray. That's my main kerfluffle. Why is 6-cylinder in a Mustang? Poor man's muscle car. I mean, they did used to make the... You know, I don't discredit them, I guess, as far as for trying to make an affordable Mustang, right? Because the Camaros did the same thing. We have that mod 2012 car, for example, I guess, as far as that has the 6-cylinder in the Camaro. So it's like, I think that the people that want the car that is that muscle vibe, but can't afford, I guess, as far as to get the V8. I don't discredit them, I guess, as far as for, you know, what I do discredit is the fact that to be able to do a reasonable swap, a realistic swap, I guess, as far as from those cars, is almost impossible. Because the way the mounts are done, I guess, as far as between the two different engines, you can't do it as feasibly without adding additional parts and additional costs, I guess, as far as to make that swap more reasonable. That's where I will fault them on, both for Ford and Chevy. To make, you know, if you're going to get the car that has the 6-cylinder engine into it, to be able to easily swap in, I guess, as far as a bigger engine, it's definitely not possible. I shouldn't say it isn't possible, it's not as feasible. There's a lot of extra things that you got to do to make that possible, as far as how to beef up the frame and get the proper mounts and all that stuff. I have been involved with an engine swap for a 6-cylinder Camaro to put the LS engine into it. It's a pain in the rear end. They're not accommodating it at all. Not at all. So let's see if we can beat the Stingray. Kind of bogged out there a little bit. Yeah, he got us. He had that tuning and the different better tires on it. See, at least Chevy made the Corvette look cool and keep the power in it. Not wrong. Yeah, the fact that I don't think it was ever in Chevy's mind, I guess, as far as to create a Corvette that had a smaller engine, right? So going all the way back to the C1, there was never, ever a point in time, I guess, as far as where a Corvette was built with a smaller engine. And that's probably one thing you can say good for Chevy, I guess, as far as when it comes to the Corvette. Never a small engine. But, again, it's a kind of a, how would you say, as far as, it depends on how you look at it. I do appreciate the fact, I guess, as far as that both manufacturers, Ford and Chevy, did make a smaller power plant version of an otherwise muscle car, but didn't make it very accommodating, I guess, as far as to put easily swap in, you know, further down the road. That's the only thing I'll fault them on, both Ford and Chevy. That's the only ones I'm going to compare. I'm not going to compare the other manufacturers, because most of those are totally different ball of wax as far as, like, want to speak Toyota or anything like that. They're their own animal. So that one did beat us, and I think it's mainly because it's got the tuning and the better tires and a better rating. Ooh, we got a Shaker Bear Baccaruda. So old school against new school. Let's try this one out. And that's why Mustangs suck. You know, maybe that is, you know, again, I don't know if it was Ford that did it first or if it was Chevy. They might have done it both at the same time. So I'm not 100% certain on that. But both manufacturers did come out with their own muscle car with a smaller power plant. Both Camaro and the Mustang. Again, I don't feel like it was a terrible thing, I guess, as far as to put a 6-cylinder in a Mustang. Just, if they would have made it more accommodating, I guess, as far as to do a swap later on down the road after you bought that car. Which they didn't. They wanted to make that a unique build, I guess, as far as so that you couldn't put anything more but that 6-cylinder into that. I think that was the main fault, both for Chevy and Ford, with the Mustang and the Camaro. Let's see if we can beat this Baccaruda. Oh, the Baccaruda's beating us. That thing didn't have any tuning? Holy smokes. Oh, we did sleep there a little bit. I'm going to try this one again. We did sleep there a little bit. It does have a little bit of tuning. Both have sport tires. I felt like I slept there a little bit. I'm going to try this one again. They started that smaller engine stuff during the oil shortages in the late 70s. You're right. Right. So, again, they were kind of under the gun. A lot of these manufacturers, GM and Ford. Hell, even the Mopars. All the main manufacturers, I guess, as far as running the gun, I guess, as far as to create an economy engine. But the fact that we got the modern, so I'm just gonna say it. The fact that they put an EcoBoost engine, I guess, as far as into the Ford Mustang, that was horrible idea. The EcoBoost should have mainly stayed, I guess, as far as in that family of like the Ford Focus. You know, the more. Oh my God, who did that? Jono. He's probably getting tired of me flapping my gums here, but I appreciate that, Jono. Yeah, I think that was a horrible idea to make an EcoBoost Mustang. I think their approach, Ford, just speaking highly with Ford, I guess, as far as putting that EcoBoost in there, it should have been, the main focus should have been just putting it in the focus in those family economy cars, not in the Mustang at all. I think that was a horrible idea. So I think that's maybe what stemmed, I guess, as far as them doing a 6-cylinder and all that stuff. I don't know what really caused that, but to do that in the modern age, I understood it back in the 70s, why they had it necessary, because they were under the gun to be able to create something that was more economical. But as far as in these times, no. The Mustang should have been kept, just like the Corvette, with the bigger power plant. I don't disagree with that. noticed they put us in a different lane too. Get him now. Oh, he just got us. I saw him. He nosed us. It was a good race. Yeah, so we got to have a little bit better reaction time there. So that Baccaruda with that little bit of tuning, that old school, I guess, as far as it does beat us. They did beat us. Whew. Alright, so, alright, we got, at least we know what we got here. So, we're going to leave it up to the new owner, I guess, as far as to put the performance parts into that one. We're going to sell it just like it is. That'll be good. We're going to call this good on this Coyote. V8 everything. I mean, I do kind of understand that we do need to have some economy cars. But certain car builds, I guess, as far as should be nothing but muscle. And I think the Corvette is a pretty good example of that. The fact that Ford did as much as they did with the Mustang, I guess, as far as to make it an economy version of that, they should have never done that. Should have never done that. It made a bad name for the Mustang, I feel. And if anything, their chemical, as far as what you've portrayed there, I guess, as far as that's a good example of that. So I must have got too many rear windows. Must have. Okay, so that was one extra part we had there with the rear windows in there, so we'll sell that guy. We didn't do too bad on that that car build. Alright, so let's go ahead and sell this puppy. And we got a story car to work on. We got that story car to work on, so let's sell it. Good chunk of money we made off of that bare frame. So, really nothing else to scrap out there. As a bop around, and a Subaru WRX at least has a turbo. Right, you know, so the fact that, see, I remember the days, I used to have a Chevy Cavalier, and I had the Z24, right, so it had the 6-cylinder 2.8, right, that's kind of like the mid-muscle car, if you will, I guess, as far as, so, if you couldn't really afford, I guess, as far as to get a, you know, high-performance, you know, even a base model Corvette, that was the next, step, I guess, as far as Chevy is concerned, right? And I was able to borrow, you know, it was a sleeper, so I took that 2.8 6-cylinder that was in the Z24. We bored that sucker out. We got damn near 350 horse out of that thing, with a low-profile supercharger and stuff like that on it. So having those type of aftermarket things that you can apply to the engine, you know, so be it a Subaru, be it a, you know, Chevy Cavalier Z24, having that ability, I guess, as far as to add more performance to it, that's huge. You can't really do too much, I guess, as far as to like a Ford EcoBoost. You know, if you start messing around, I'm not saying you can at all. It's just they made it very difficult, I guess, as far as to be able to add more power to it with the way it's designed. There's a lot of shade tree mechanic type of stuff you got to do, I guess, as far as to get that. And even then, you're not guaranteed that you won't blow it up. I've had some privileges, I guess, as far as being able to help some friends of mine, I guess, as far as do that very thing with a lot of the Ford engines. Not a good idea. It's not a good idea. You're better off, sadly, I guess, as far as to put like an old school engine into, like, say, let's say you get a Ford EcoBoost Mustang. Get yourself an old school 289, you know, or if you want to go with like a 351, either a Cleveland or a Windsor, that's a big motor. Get yourself an old school one of those and slap that puppy in there. Those do fit. They do fit. I've seen some builds, I guess, as far as the old school engines in the modern Mustang. Pretty retro in that guy. So instead of doing like the newer engine, the newer modern engine into the old school car, you do the other way, I guess, as far as to do the modern body, I guess, as far as with the old school engine. It's still considered a resto, I guess, as far as, but I've seen some builds of that, and they're pretty fantastic in comparison to having the newer engines in there. D24 Cavalier, didn't know those existed. Oh yeah. I wish I had more pictures, I guess, as far as to share on that. In fact, let me see here. Yeah, especially with the 2.8 V6 in it. Let me see here. I'm trying to remember what year mine was. So it was in the 90s. I think it was mine was in 94, I believe it was. 1994. Yeah, those are those were the shiznit, I guess, as far as back in that day. Let's see if we can yeah, in fact, here's a picture of one that I had. It was almost the same exact color too. Hold on a minute. Oh, that's a YouTube. Hold on. I was looking for a thumbnail. So this one's a pretty good one here. This is almost the same exact one that I had. Just a second here. Has this got any incriminating information? Yeah, this is a good one to show. Hold on a second. Which scene did I put that on? Whoops, don't want to dust your screen. This is the almost the same exact one that I had. This color. It was teal, the aquamarine. What's going on there, Neon? Welcome on in. Yeah, this is almost the same exact one that I had. This one had the 2.8 V6 in it, and we bored that sucker out. We got darn near 350 horsepower out of that thing. So at the base there, they get about, maybe not quite 200. So we added about 150 horsepower to that ballpark. They are front wheel drive. But yeah, I don't have pictures of it. I lost the pictures to the one that I redid, I guess, as far as in a fire. But this is the base of it that I had. Almost the same exact color too. The hood scoops that are on there, you can barely see. Those were actually functional. Those weren't on there just for looks. And it also had on the bow tie, I guess, as far as it had venting on the bow tie for the grill. It was actually functional to help with the cooling on the radiator and such. Man, this brings back memories. That brings me back some memories. Mine was a sleeper for sure, yeah. So just to kind of give you an idea of what the Z24 Cavaliers were, those were a fun car. Let's see if this does do the fuzz again. It does. All right, no problem. All right, we got the story car to work on now. There wasn't too many colors, now that I think of it too, I guess, as far as that it was available. That Z24 was available in. So that teal right there, I think red, and I think silver. I think were the only three main colors that was offered in. Back when that's you had a Z34 for about a week. That was the Lumina right there, Neon. I think if I remember right, that was the Lumina. Was the Z34. I remember those too. Chevy made some really cool cars like that back then, back in the 90s, the late 80s, early 90s. Yep, I remember those. That was the prototype actually for the Lumina that was actually introduced in NASCAR. Before they introduced the Monte Carlo. You know, as far as the Gen 3, I think that was the Gen 3, I guess, as far as Chevy Monte Carlo. Let's get this one onto the lift, though. We got this one to work on. You had a teal one as well. So I think that was another one where they only offered like a small palette of colors, I guess, as far as for the Z34. So they had it. That one's almost the same as the Z24. I think it was the teal, the red, and the silver. I think they were the primary. I think there might have even been black, might have been included there. Very limited palette, I guess, as far as for the colors available on those cars. Fun times. Yeah, it makes me wish I still had that. That was a fun car. I ended up selling that, I guess, as far as for a pretty good penny after we got it all fixed up. And then I ended up getting, that's when I went into the service, actually. I sold that car, I guess, as far as just to have some cash, I guess, as far as built up before I went into the service. So I bought it brand new as a 94. Did the upgrades to it, and then I sold it within the 2 years before I went into the service. Probably one of the most funnest cars that I've ever had. Next to, I guess, as far as my old school Gen 2 Camaro. Yeah, that's been my inspiration, I guess, as far as for the Gen 2s that we've created in here. So this is similar to what I had. Obviously not the same rims, but the same color. As far as a blue sapphire metallic, I had the low profile cowl induction. It was an SS. I took a lot of the badging off of it, but it did have the spoiler, lights and all this. This is what we've this has been our influence, I guess, as far as to create this Gen 2. This is pretty much what I had there less. So I had Krieger SSTs on my build. So we had it more like this, only with the low profile cowl induction hood. So it was more this style with that blue, with the low profile cowl induction hood. God, I miss that car too. I rolled that sucker. Yep. We got caught racing on a country road, I guess, as far as and flipped that sucker. Totally wrecked it. It was a fun car though. Had a lot of fun with that one too. Anyway, so we're clearing our inventory. We need to do some things on our story car, and from what we've already concluded, as far this might be the last one of the story cars. So let's see here. Let's look. So what I'm thinking, since we need to tune this thing, I'm going to get a performance supercharger, performance fuel rails, fuel pump, ECU. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do for this guy. So he wants 35 to 40%, and I think that'd be a good start. So we still have some things that are not discovered. I do want to probably get it over to the test path and see if it's anything related to that. Let's do that real quick. This might be a quick one. This might be a quick one to do. Oh, it can't be started. Oh no. Okay, what are we missing here, I guess, as far as that we can't start it? Let's take a look here. I didn't take anything off it yet, so did it have the battery and all that in it? So the battery's in the back, okay. We did all the tests on it, and I thought it was good to go. For real? Oh yeah, hold on a minute. It says we can't start it. Okay, so it might be because of the fuel rails and all that it's not starting. Okay, fair enough. So we got to get, let's get some performance ones of those. Love these gull wings, these are cool. I kind of almost wish that the Corvettes, I guess as far as what had the gull wings on it, I guess as far as pretty much stock. You know, the fact that majority of the Corvettes, I guess as far as had just the standard doors instead of the gull wing. That just looks so fly, literally fly. I guess as far as on these high performance cars have the gull wing. Let's see. So I guess what we'll do, let's take off these parts that we know are bad. Okay, we got one bad fuel rail. I'm gonna get performance ones of those. All right, let's go to the tune shop. Oh, you know what I need to do is put them on the list. We can actually fix those up. We're gonna get performance for them. Alright, so let's do this. Let's go to tune-up shop. Got that on the list. Let's get 2 of these. That's 8% just with the fuel rails. We're looking at 35 to 40% on this car. I'm thinking we'll do supercharger. So we need to take off, hold on, that idler. Gotta get some belts off here so we can get that supercharger off. Okay, we need, which one off? That tensioner. Belts. Supercharger. Oh, we gotta get the throttle off. Throttle's in good shape. We'll probably keep that, I'm thinking. Oh, we gotta get fuel rails back off. So, yep, that makes sense. Got a little ahead of myself. I don't think I stuttered, did I? If I did, I'll try and clarify. Okay, so supercharger, we're gonna get a performance one of those. You know that is repairable. Let's go here. We'll get a performance supercharger. 5% on that one, so that gives us 13%. Okay. To include the fuel rails. So let's get this supercharged. One of those. We're not going to worry about... I mean, possibly we could add stars to it. I guess as far as if we wanted to. Yeah. Let's put this throttle back on. Right now, I just want to see if we can get it started. See what we got here. So I think by doing... Well, that belt's bad. That might do it. That belt was bad. Let's get a new belt. That might have been one of the things that were on the fault list now. One of the 3 or 4 that was left on there. Yeah, right. We're currently at 13%. Yep. So get that tensioner back on. Yep, that's still good. Cool. Belts. That one's okay. And need that other back on. Cool. That's still good. Okay, now we should be able to start this thing. Let's see if it... Yeah, so we did have a bad belt on there for sure. And a fuel rail that was kind of iffy. There she goes. At least we can start her now. Now, what I want to do... Let's run her on the test path here. We got it that far. Yep, we're sure. Now she starts. Yo, farmer guy coming in there. Appreciate the alert there, farmer guy. You got home at 11 last night? Oh no. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely we'll catch up with you later there, farmer guy. Appreciate the alert. Nothing on the suspension so far. Okay. I know that was a little noisy. I apologize for that. So, yeah, I was wondering why, yeah, farmer guy wasn't on there last night. You got home late last night. So I wonder if he got the, that gazebo up. Farmer guy posting some videos of the garden shed, metal garden shed, I guess, as far as he put up there. So that was kind of cool. So we didn't really have anything wrong. Still got 2 parts undiscovered there. Okay, so supercharger and the belt. We already took care of the belt, so we still got 2 parts. So let's get this up on the lift and we'll do an examination. Get that figured out for those last 2 parts. We got her running though, anyway, so we got it that much. So yeah, I think it will definitely probably go at least to stage 1 ECU. Yeah, we get it up there to that 35% of tuning. What's going on there, Critten? Happening. Let's see. Let's do an examination down below. So yeah, suspension, we got that all checked out. Let's see what's going on with the engine yet. Got any other bad parts on here? So, yeah, this is a very clean car. Oh, we're doing alright. We're just working on which potentially here is the last story car. Story mission car. As far as the call orders. So yeah, we're shaking her down, I guess, as far as to see what other 2 parts are undiscovered on this thing. So, from what I can tell, really nothing there. Okay. What about the exhaust? That looks good. That's all good there. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything bad there. Let's check out the rear end. Look at how clean this thing is. Damn. So yeah, the ECU, we know we need to do that. Ooh, snowball fight. Get that snowball fight. We've been trying to get another snowball fight going here. I'll get on that action. Got plenty of snow here, I guess, as far as we go around. Okay, so we did check all the engine out. So I wonder if it's got anything wrong with the clutch. Module, brakes. Whoops. Let's get out of that mode. Let's bring her back down. We'll check out in the engine bay here. Let's get that snowball fight going. Come on now, everybody. Let's see. We already did the supercharger. Let's do, we did all the tests on it. Fuses and relays were good. Well, crud. I guess it's just you and me there, Curtin. Just you and me there. I guess everybody else on alert. Out of stock for you? Yeah, so it does have a little bit of a cooldown, so it's not like you can click on it right away. Just give it about 5 seconds. Let me know the fuel pump. I'm really just focusing on what these last two undiscovered parts right there. See what those are. So I guess we can do the ECU. We'll do a stage 1 for that. There you go. You got it going. The chemical's saving up them points. He's like, I ain't going that. I mean, I try to make it small enough cost on that. So even if you're trying to save those up. So let's get a performance one of these. ECU Type A. Let's go to the tune-up shop. So we'll do ECU Type A. We're just gonna get a stage 1. Thinking just a stage 1. We could get a stage 3. I think if we tune that one up, yeah, I'm gonna try a stage 3. That might be a little bit overkill, but put that stage 3 in there. So 6% at the base. I think it goes to 18% if you tune it. Pretty sure. Yeah, that's gonna bug me now. What are the two? Whoops. Oh my goodness, dude. Come on. These two parts right there. So we got fuel pump. Let's get that one done. We'll put a performance one of those in. Part mount. Let's get a performance one of those. And that should be all we'll do for performance. Alright. What are these two parts then? So we're not quite there yet. So that'll gray out once we got it. Oh, I see a problem. See a problem. We got that drive axle's bad. So let's get that rear tire off. There's one thing. Is anybody watch? Welcome. And I don't even know what that. What is that? A show? TV show? Movie? I'm gonna have to plead ignorance on that. Oh, we got a raffle going on there too. Get on that raffle while it's up. Yeah, we got a drive axle that's bad. I guess we need to get that replaced. Get a new one of those. So that's one item of the undiscovered parts. Okay. Guess we'll check the other side too, just to make sure. That tire back on. Yep, looks like both drive axles. Okay, that's fair. So both drive axles. Let's get that tire off. I think we found all the faults then. It's a series of it. Oh, well, yeah. If it has anything to do with horror, no. I'd have to say no. I'm not all that big into horror movies. Okay, did we get that on the list? Get a new one for this side. And that should be all the faults. Pretty simple on this one. Okay, put that tire back on. This is my cousin? Who's your cousin? Who's your cousin? Okay, so we did not get it to 35% at least yet. I'm gonna go get that tuned and see where we're at. So at the base there, we're 18% on the ECU. Pennywise, your cousin, like literally the actor. So I think that was who played Pennywise. I think it was dude. What's that dude's name? I forget his name. Tim something or other. Can't remember his last name. Let's get this over to the dyno. You stole my dance, so I stole his voice. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, let's go ahead and tune this ECU. Oh, we can only do that if it's our own car. Shoot. Alright, so we can't tune that. Bummer. Alright, so we're gonna... Alright, so we know we're 18% there. Or 8%. 8%, my bad. That's the stage 3. We were 13%. 13, 14. Okay, we're gonna do throttle. Yeah, we got a lot of room here yet. Let's do a throttle. Probably the air cleaner and the filter. Yeah. Got it. So let's get this on the list. We'll go to the tune shop. So yeah, we can't tune that, I guess, as far as what if it's not our own car. I forgot about that. Whoops. Go back. Go back. I meant to go to the tune shop and get that. We'll get this throttle. So it may come down to we might have to add some stars to these performance parts. Okay, where are we at now? Okay, still not there. I'm gonna do air filter. Do a performance air filter, and we'll do the fuel filter. Let's see where we're at. Gotta be getting close. Bill Scars. Oh, is that the original Pennywise? I thought it was Tim. Tim, what's his name? Oh my god, I can't remember his last name. Yeah, so if that was the original Pennywise, that one I'm not as familiar with. Let's do that. Or mount. So we want to get a tuned air filter. That's a 1%. Okay, let's do that. We could do sparkulators and ignition coils. I guess as far as that's another thing we could do. Just thought of that. So we can take the approach of adding stars, I guess, as far as just some of the minimal performance parts. So you can do that too. Got all those on there? Yeah, those are all on there. Okay, where are we at now? 35. Okay, I gotta dyno this just to kind of see where we're at. Gotta be pretty close. I'm gonna say we're probably like 30%. If my math is right. Good old what's his nuts? Yeah, that's the guy. Tim Curry, yeah, that dude. That's who I thought was Pennywise. It was Tim something. So we're a little bit lower than I thought. Okay. I thought we were closer to 30, so at least we know now. So we got about another 12% to go. Okay. Okie dokie, so we're gonna do ignition coils, sparkulators, all that too. Let's do all of that. Might have been having to get the supercharger, and then it gets as far as to a 3-star. That'll add a little bit more performance. Yeah. A lot of different ways you can go with it. A lot of different ways. But I think we're going to take this approach. We'll do sparkulators. So we can do like the heads, the pistons, all that good stuff. We can get really into the engine. Totally. Oh, excuse me. That one slipped. Probably left over from the tacos I had. You prefer Bill? So I don't know who Bill is. Is he in one of the newer Pennywises? I kind of like Tim Curry as that from what I did see. He's a good actor. What do you mean? Here I go. Transmission first gear. I don't know why you're giving me that for. This is not our own car. Can't really tune that. Don't forget the fuel filter. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I was debating whether or not I would do that. I'm gonna see where we get at with the ignition, and we might still have to put that. I mean, the fuel filter is only gonna be like a 0.5%. Not really that much. So we're gonna do coils and sparkulators. Let's go to the tune shop. Let's do sparkulators. Let's get 8 new sparkulators. Okay, and then we need coils. Get 8 new coils. Cool. Now, 0.75. I gotta do some math here for a second. So basically 1 times 8, that's another 8%. Plus the plugs. Man, we're gonna be pretty close. We need another 12%. I think just by putting the yeah, we're gonna be about 10% just with those. Alright, so let's get these in there. So yeah, we may not. Why does it do that? I want the good stuff. Don't put me in that crappy stuff. It keeps putting me over here. Yeah, so we'll get these in here, as well as ignition coils performance, and we should be about 2%, give or take. I guess as far as still to add, you get that minimum 35. So as long as we get the minimum, I guess as far as we're good. Okay, so put that cover back on. Yeah, so this is not one car we own. This is a one of the last story cars, story mission cars. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get mission coils performance. Oh, no. See, why do you do that, bro? I don't know why you do that. Want that crap in there? Why do I want to do that? I want the good stuff. Okay, one more of those. Put that cover on. Now, just to confirm, I think we got, well, 2% to do yet. Let's redyno it. See what we got. It's a little noisy. So we got 5% more to do. Okay. Look at all that extra horsepower we're getting too. Now this engine is probably not even 100%, so we're still... Yeah. The engine's probably not even 100%. So we only got another 5% to do. Roughly. So... Thinking here, what else do we have? We did, that's quite a bit. Quite a bit. So we could probably do... What's the alternator give us? Put that on the list. Alternator gives us... Well, that's the engine block. I don't want the engine block. Really, bro? So I want the alternator. There we go. Take the engine block off of there. So the alternator gives us 1.5. Okay, we'll do alternator. Get that back off, I guess. Take that back off. So I'm being careful, I guess, so I don't want to spill any fluids on the floor. We're gonna do the fuel filters. That's like a 0.5%. Did I buy that already? I did. All right, cool. That's 1.5. So fuel filter. Let's get that back over here. Do that fuel filter too. It gives us that 0.5%. That on the list. Fuel filter. Yeah, a little bit more than 0.5%. Go ahead and do that. So that's another 2. We still got it like 3%. Oh, we got to add 3%. Do. Put some racing air in the tires, right? Put some nitrous in there. Oh, you gave me a good idea there, Chemical. We can put performance exhaust manifolds. We could do that. In fact, I think we will do that. Let's do some performance exhaust manifolds. So yeah, 35 per 40. So yeah, this might get us over 35, but not over 40. So I think we should be good. Yeah, I appreciate the. Yeah, we can do exhaust manifolds. That'll work. So let's do this, and that gives us 1.85 per. So yeah, I think that'll be good. Wait a minute, what happened there? Oh, whoopsie. I had some things flashing over here. No, gonna need a left-handed Phillips screwdriver for that. Yeah, we're gonna do the exhaust manifolds here. So we'll get 2 of these. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of different ways you can go with this. No wrong way. I think this should get us right in that range. There we go. I think we're gonna be closer to 40 with these in here. But yeah, you can do. Oh man, did the wrong one. Why you do that, bro? I want this guy. Thank you. Yeah, you could do power steering pump and all that. Like I said, I was kind of keeping it in mind. I didn't want to have to drain fluids, get the mess on the floor and all that. But you could go deeper into the engine. You can do pistons. You can do the cams, stuff like that. I'm trying to do just more or less top end. Things that are interior to the engine, if you will. So we need to get. Is that? Yep. So all the belt stuff was on there. Cool. We should be good now. We're golden. We should be closer to 40% now. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Close that door. We need a dyno it. Let's dyno her. I know we should have at least 35. Probably over that now. That's perfect. I knew we were going to be over 35, I just wasn't sure by how much. So there you have it. So that's without doing things like the power steering pump. We didn't do the pistons, the heads, or anything like that. Mostly all top end stuff, and all just no stars to it either. So we did the 3-stage. Yep. Stage 3 as far as ECU. Not bad. And I think this customer will be happy with that turnout. We got her done. Alright, let's make sure I didn't forget to put anything on here. Oils, plugs, throttle, we changed that out. Change the belt, supercharger. Nope, we're good. I think it's good to go. Alright, let's go ahead and send this back to its rightful owner. Happy customer. Level 120. Okay, so let's go see. Check our call orders and see if there is any more. Oh, there it we got the achievement for time for the holidays. We got all of them all done. That is official. We got the achievement. We just got it. It just popped up there, I guess, as far as so ready for the holidays. We got all those missions done. So I just want to see in the call list there. We should not have any more mission cars. Nope. So we'll be right at the top there. Cool. So that's official. We got all those done. I'm gonna have to come up with a new redeem, I guess, as far as for this year. Maybe we can do like if you want to request a car to work on. That's kind of what I've been loosely thinking about. So if somebody wants to see a specific car done, as long as we have it, I guess, as far as we can build that. Cool. Yeah, I appreciate for all those that did do the redeem, I guess, as far as for the story car, and we're able to get those done. We get a crate, I guess, as far as for completing that story car. Let's see what we get out of the crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Got another crate, another chance. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Got some. So we're back over 7 million. That's cool. I was opening up our next crate. So 8 is my record for number of crates out of these cards. Can we get another one? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Got some scrap points. Cool. We're trying to build that back up. After spending quite a chunk of those on that VW Death Rod. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And another fat chunk of credits. Cool deal. Now, I think most of this stuff, we'll fix it up and probably just sell it. Probably just go ahead and sell it. We'll make some money off of that. That's probably another thing I meant to mention to, who was it that came in? Frantic Sheep that came in there earlier about 2018. Fixing up the parts that you can fix up and then selling them. That's still an option, so there's not as many ways, I don't feel, in 2018, Car Mechanic 2018, that you can make a decent amount of money as much as you can in 21. Because having those DLCs that we have for Car Mechanic 21 with the DLC, the Drag DLC, there's just so much more we can do to make money. So this we can scrap. Yeah, let's scrap the parts that we have to scrap. I think that's the only thing. Yeah, we don't want to scrap those things. Yeah, we can scrap the belt. That's a little bit of rubber. Cool. And we'll scrap that, dude. And looks like we can sell the rest of it. Cool. Yep, we're going to sell all of that. Boop. And oops. We're going to put this one back in. We're going to work on that engine. I've been slacking on that and getting that one built. Love my old school engine servos. We're going to rebuild that guy. Let's do that. So, need to get some cars out of the parking garage. Let's do this. Let's get our... Yep, let's get this dude out of here. Put him back out. Yeah. So I still got that Z28 that we can work on. We're going to work on this deal here as far as we'll fix this guy up. No, not super duper exciting, I guess, as far as, but I've had this in the inventory for quite a while. I just need to get it done. Just need to get it done. Just needs a little bit of... We're going to get this all to 100% green. So, all the parts are here. We just got to refurbish it, that's all. Just got to refurbish it. So I'll leave you guys, I guess, as far as... we'll kind of do an prelim, I guess, as far as to redeem, I guess, as far as... If you got a request for a car you'd like to see built, let me know. And we'll see what we can do about it. So that'll be all, I guess, as far as while we're just refurbishing this one. S? What's S? SB. What's going on there, Chemical? You alright over there? So SB, so the first thing I think of for SB is small block. Subaru. Yeah, we don't have any Subarus though. That's the only problem. Unfortunately, we don't have any Subarus. I do hope we do get some Subarus for your sake, anyway. They're Chemical, I guess, as far as in the next rendition. I don't even know. We might have to check on the Steam Workshop. I don't even think there's any Subarus in the as far as mod cars, as far as I know. I may have overlooked them, but I don't think there is. Well, that might be something we'll have to look at, is in the Steam Workshop. We might have to look at that. So if you do come across one in the Steam Workshop, feel free, I guess, as far as to share a link to that, and maybe that'll help the process, I guess, as far as with finding a mod Subaru, I guess, as far as to work on. So what surprised me though, I guess, as far as that there's not even like a Subaru WRX. Not that I know of, but I wasn't looking for one. Yeah, I haven't been either. But I know some of the folks like Chemical Soldier, I guess, as far as owns a Subaru WRX with the turbo and all that. So yeah, kind of surprising that we don't have it in the game, let alone a mod car. But like you said there, Jack, not that I've been looking for one. So yeah, I would, yeah, so if you happen to look at the Steam Workshop and come across one, yeah, definitely throw us a link. What'd you find there, Chemical? Let's see what you found here. Find a Subaru? Subaru WRX STI. Look at that. Oh, this is done by, oh, he's a good modder, too. This dude's a good modder. He's got some good stuff out there. Look at that. We might have to get that one. It's only, it's not even 30 megabytes. Okay, hold on a minute here. So let's see, yeah, I'll have to get that one, yeah, give me a second there, Chemical. We'll see if we can get that one subscribed to. So let me see here. I'm gonna go like this. Let's get out of this for a second. I'm gonna go Shift Tab and go to the workshop. See if that'll populate in here. Yeah, so this dude does really good. So he's done this version here. This is the same guy. Very good car modder. He's does some really interesting stuff. So let's see if we can find. Oh, it didn't come up that way. Okay. Right, this way. Hold on. I'll be dang. So why doesn't it come up? There's an Impreza Legacy. Interesting. Why doesn't that come up there? So this one was. Let me double check here. Hold on a minute. Oh shoot. PM me directly before you work on any subby. I might learn something about my own car. Hey, you never know. I mean, it doesn't go into that much detail. So it's a Subaru WRX STI. You know what I'm gonna do is just go to this. Hold on a minute. Is this the one? That's the Toyota. We're gonna go right to him. Yeah, he does a lot of really cool cars. This is before the DLC came out, for the Drag DLC. Um, wow, he's got a lot of really cool cars. Like Toyota, Nissan. Why am I not finding that car? I know I got the link, but I got that on the other PC, so I was trying to see if I could just search it this way. BMW, Audi. Big nabbit. Oops. Oh, it's for 2018? Oh, no. Okay, so we'd have to do it. So we don't have it for 21. The link I shared. Let me see here. Is it for 18? Yeah, it is. I just realized that now. Yeah, so this is for 2018. So he didn't make... this dude didn't make one for 21. Bummer. Bummer, man. So he does have a Subaru Legacy. I did notice that. For 21. I don't know if that would be similar. Let me go back to the first page. He did have a Subaru Legacy. Let's see if I can get to that. Yeah, so these are all for 21. Where's that puppy? Yeah, so unfortunately that is for 18. I gotcha. So that's probably why I can't find it. Yeah, here's the Subaru BRZ. This is the one I was thinking of. So there's this guy. This guy on. And there was a Subaru Legacy. Where did that one go? Johnny Zonda. Gotti. Audi. Where'd that sucker go? What is Supra? Audi. BRZ equals BMW engine. Blah. You don't like that one? I see. So I did see that Legacy. I just gotta see if I can find it again. Right, let me go back. Let me go back. Let's see if we can find. Let me get on this. There we go. So I want to get to this point. So let's do this one. Yeah, here's a Subaru Legacy. There's an Impreza. There's the BRZ. So what about this Subaru Legacy GT? Type STI is in the search. Yeah, we can search STI. I don't think he's got a lot for that. Let's do STI. Is that what you did for that one? That's probably how it came up with 18. So if we do STI, the only one that comes up is the Subaru Legacy. If we do search for STI, I think this is probably going to be the closest one we have for 21. Is this one here. Yeah, so this is the only Subaru Legacy is the only one we have. Well, it's a Subaru. It is a Subaru. So just looking at some of the pictures for it. It is a Subaru. And I assume it probably does have a turbo. So WRX STI, so it says GT Junkyard. So it does have an STI config. You can get this from the junkyard auction or call orders. So it does have an STI WRX version in here. So it does have a trim in there on this one. I'm going to go ahead and subscribe to that one. We'll subscribe to that one. Yeah, so he does have other trims in here. I had to read down here. So the GT is like the base. There's a wide body and there's a WRX STI. So there we go. We got that subscribed too. Nice. We'll have to see if we can find it though. We'll have to see if we can find that car. Yeah, so unfortunately we didn't have the one that's from 18, but So it looks like it was very specific, I guess, as far as an 18. Oh, I did have it up here. Hold on. Go like that. There we go. Gotta read. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see if we can find it though. So apparently, the WRX is you can find those pretty much everywhere. So we'll probably have to check junkyard and all that. No, I appreciate you giving me the option there. So I know there's a lot of mod cards that we haven't checked out for this game. That's probably one of them. And that modder is a very good modder. I've gotten a lot of influence, I guess, as far as for those like what he's done. Not all WRXs are STIs, so be careful. Yeah, so I don't know what trims he's got in. It says in the description there that it is a WRX STI. So I'm just going by what he's got wrote in the description there. Now, whether or not we'll be able to create... Now, what is considered an STI? Not to be confused with STD. No, we don't want to go there. So what is an STI? So I know WRX are very particular, I guess, as far as they are like a rally car, from what I do remember. So you probably know more than I do. I'll probably learn some things, that's for sure. When it comes to Subarus, STI is the racing model of the WRX. So as opposed to like, so the WRX is more rally, I'm assuming, and the STI is more racing. I don't know these things, so that's why I'm asking. So what we'll have to do, I guess, as far as in order to find that, we're going to have to relaunch the game to make sure that subscribed mod, I guess, as far as will load in properly. So that's something I'm just making a mental note. So even though we've got to subscribe, we're going to have to go back to the main menu, relaunch the game, just as far as to make sure we can get that to populate. And the way we can tell for sure that it is loaded in properly is go to the salon and see if we can load up the config. That's one of the last things we got to do as far as Steam achievements, is to actually buy a car from the salon. I don't think that's what we're going to do with the Subaru, but it's one of the last things we got to do. Yeah, so I might learn a thing or two, I guess, as far as about the Subarus. We do work on a Subaru. Subaru! I get the crank out of that. Alright, I think we're down to the block. Yes. Cool. Alright, let's get these parts fixed up. And once we get this engine here done, yeah, we can relaunch the game and see, get that properly loaded in there for that Subaru. Yes, I think that's something that we'll probably add to the gameplay of this one. I guess as far as I'll change the... I think I'll do that for next Monday, for sure. I guess as far as to make sure we got the... Now that the story cars are all done, we can do a request. So if you want to do a request... Now, keeping in mind, I'm just thinking ahead here, that doesn't mean just because you put a request in, I guess as far as that, we'll be able to do it, number one. Because it all depends on if the car is available, right? As a mod or what have you. And it needs to be on the Steam Workshop. I should make that abundantly clear. It will need to be on the Steam Workshop. So none of those third-party sites, as far as mod cars go. I'm just kind of putting some preliminary things out there, I guess, as far as for the requests. STI is the trim level. It adds one more gear to make it a 6-speed, and the transmission can split power, variable knob. Holy smokes! From front to rear. That's kind of cool. WRX has a 5-speed and 50/50 power. So they're all-wheel drive. Nice. So that's what I would expect to see if we get to working on that Subaru that we just, as far as the mod. It should have an all-wheel option. That's what I would expect to see. So at least I know what to expect. So if we don't see that, in any of those configurations for that, then we'll have to... all Subarus are all-wheel drive except the BRZ. So the BRZ, you said, has a BMW power? I think that's what you already said. So it's a BMW powered Subaru. Alright, let's get this engine back on here. We'll get some new pistons and rings. And now we're really getting into the fun stuff, I guess, as far as with our builds. I guess as far as we're so far into this, I guess as far... I only got one there. Whoopsie. I need 7 more. Whoops. I was kind of in that mode for the speed run. right there. That was funny. That was a good speed run on that Mustang. Fun car to work on. Supra, BMW motor. Oh, that's the Supra. So you're talking about Toyota then, right? What is Supra? So yeah, I get what you mean as far as misspoke. As far as so BRZ. So what is the BRZ? Keeps Subaru's 2.4. So is it just lower power on the BRZ? Yeah, I don't want to misunderstand. So the WRX is the higher horsepower than the BRZ. That's true. I'm trying to understand, I guess, as far as how those work. So those are 4-cylinder engines that are turbo powered. Also, I take that into account. Subaru motors are pretty much all the same, 2.4 boxer in all of them. So again, what's the difference between BRZ and WRX? So does the WRX have more horsepower than the BRZ or vice versa? I'm learning some things, so yeah, let's get these back on. These are all refurbished. Okay, get this exhaust manifold back on. Okay, and let's do our bottom end. Get the crank all in place. Crank bearings are all refurbished. So I kind of get what you mean as far as all the Subaru engines are the same, 2.4 boxer, but they have different variations, obviously BRZ. I'm just wondering what's the difference between horsepower-wise, I guess, as far as BRZ, WRX, or is it just more like suspension stuff, I guess, as far as to make it race trim, and the engines are pretty much all the same. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean just because it's a different model that it has to have a different engine that, or relatively the same engine that has more horsepower. Not necessarily. You don't have to. Just everything else can be different though, as far as like suspension. And so like most of the Chevys, for particular, so like the Z28 Camaro Gen 2 in particular. Is primarily because of the suspension that was on it, the Z28 package. Didn't really have anything to do with the engine per se, but it had more to do with the type of suspension. But much can be said the same, I guess, as far as like a ZR2 package on a pickup truck. I guess as far as is more related to the suspension. There'll be an off-road package. So just depending on the type of car. I said a word about the transmission I didn't like. Huh? BRZ, no turbo. WRX has turbo. STI has turbo, and the trans upgrades. Okay, so that's the difference. So the BRZ has no turbo. Interesting. So we need a new flywheel. That was not repairable. So yeah, that's the only differentiation I was seeking, I guess, as far as... I'm sure they had a reason to call it a BRZ as opposed to WRX. So yeah, that's a pretty fair fair comparison. BRZ has no turbo, WRX does. STI has the turbo plus those transmission upgrades. Like I said, the split between front and rear. That's pretty cool, actually. Now, I don't know if we're gonna have we're gonna have those options for the split in this game, but it probably should at least have the option for the all-wheel drive. So that's probably something else I take into account what to expect from that configuration. We're not going to be able to alternate, I guess, as far as between all-wheel drive and not. Okay, so we got all that on. Let's flip this right side up. Got our alternators fixed up. So obviously we had to buy some things, I guess, as far as that we couldn't repair. If you look at STIs, I really do not need the fancy transmission split. I wouldn't mind having one more gear in the box. So you don't have the STI is what you're saying? You just have the WRX, the turbo? But like you said, I guess as far as you wouldn't mind having it, I guess as far as you're not keen to it, I guess as far as you don't necessarily need to have it. The cam gear. You just have the WRX. I mean, you say you just the WRX. I mean, those are pretty cool cars. Okay, that's going to be in the electronic shop. Let's get that over at the electronic shop. Alright. And the rotor in that should already be repaired, so that's good. This is all fixed up. So we got our cap. Yeah, I don't know how long I've been needing to get this one rebuilt. We've had it in the inventory for quite some time, so it just needed to be done. We're just about done. So let's go back here. Got a little sloppy with going back and forth to store, but it's okay. We're not speed running it. Alright, so let's get a timing cover. That should be repaired. I wouldn't mind having the 6 gears instead of 5. Oh, who wouldn't? You know, especially being able to split it between front and rear. I guess as far as, yeah. It's a nice option to have. Manual gear shift, of course. Well, of course. Yeah. You definitely have to make that distinction there, because as far as we do have like 6, 7, and 8 speed automatics, which I kind of figured that was going to be manual. So we need a new harmonic balancer. Common parts that are not repairable. Okay, so let's do that. We need this belt. Okay, need that new belt. We're down to the nitty gritty on it. Okay, let's get our fan on there. That's refurbished. Ooh, intake. Let's get the rest of our top in. I will never get tired or bored, I guess, as far as doing an old school engine like this one. These are my all-time favorite. These types of engines. Push rod. So we get some new sparkulators. All-time favorite engines to work on. So we need 8 new sparkulators. We'll get some new wires, all that good stuff. I'll get the wires on after we do the valve train. I know the game will allow you to put the wires on after the plugs are in, but wires are just getting away before we do the valve train. It does let you put the wires on there, but I'm going to do those after we do the valve train. So let's do mechanics dozen of the push rods. Go back to the store. 16 of those. Alright, slap those puppies in, then we'll get some rockers as well. Rockers and rollers. Your transmission is locked to sending power equally to all-wheel drive. Yeah, so because you don't have that STI, right? So it's just equal all-wheel drive. Heck of fun in the snow, I imagine. I've had my fair share of driving all-wheel drive vehicles in the snow. Yeah, they're heck of fun. I don't think it even matters what type of car you got. All-wheel drive is fun in the snow. So much control. Whoa, easy there, buddy. Okay, so we get that. We get our rockers in there, so we need 16 of those as well. Mechanics dozen. Yeah, so I think that Coyote engine was actually quicker to do. We get that in 13 minutes. Just over 13 minutes. This type of engine here, we've come to find it's a little over 15. A little over 15 minutes. And part of the reason for that is probably all the valve train stuff. You don't have that like in the modern Coyote. So obviously, gives you some comparison as to how long these different types of engines that you build, I guess, as far as takes to build, because it has additional parts. Not that that makes it any worse or anything like that. It's just, it's a nice comparison. So it helps you to decide, I guess, as far as whether or not it's like, do I really want to put an old school engine into that one, or do I want to go retro with it? Might take you less time, I guess, as far as to build the retro engine as opposed to the old school. Get that in there. Oh, no. Cover. Oop. Covers, those should be refurbished. That's our oil fill side. Okay. That one's already on. We'll get some new wires. Go back to the electronics store for those. And we should be just about done with this build. Still got the rest of the top end. That's repaired. New filter. Alright. And just put a cover on it. Boop. Top it off. There you go. Oil filter. A new one of those. And I believe this one's done. Ta-da! All rebuilt. Okay, so just to make sure I didn't leave anything in here, so I should have mostly yellow parts, which we're just going to sell them. Boop. Just that simple. So now that engine is rebuilt. We're going to go ahead and put this in the warehouse. And we'll save that for another build. So let's slap this puppy in the warehouse. Boop. And just to confirm, in the warehouse, we got this twin turbo. That would have been one of these two. Got two carbs, I guess, as far as to work with now. Sweet. Awesome sauce. Alright, now what we need to do, we're going to save this up. Save our progress. We'll have to go back to the main menu. Yep, we already saved it. Back to the main menu, and we're going to have to launch the game back up so that we can load in that subscribed Subaru WRX. Well, it's a Legacy, but it does have the WRX trim in it. Let's see if we can load this back up here. You know what we should be able to do? Let's go to the car editor. Let's check this out here real quick. We need some editor music. Oh, the VW Bug is what we worked on last. I guess to kind of see, at least I did anyway in the off stream, to kind of find out what that Carrera was doing. Let's see if it does load up the Subaru. Whoops. We should have the Subaru in here now. Is car. That's the McLaren. So it's not loading up in there. It's might have to get completely out of the game, just to make sure. Yep, we'll have to get completely out of the game. So the fact that it's not showing up in here. Okay, so hold please. We'll get this loaded up. I guess we'll get it loaded back up here. Get that loaded in properly. that it's a BFM engine. I mean, possibly. So it's, obviously, there's going to be limited, I guess, as far as to what engines are available in the game. We'll see what it's got. Now we're getting this launch back up. So for me, there's obviously two different ways we can check this. We can go to the salon and make sure it loads, the car loads in that that mode, or into the editor. I think I'm going to try the editor. Okay, we got her loaded up. We're loaded back up. And we're going to check out this editor. Yeah, so talking about the turbo, nice. Alright, so now that I loaded up this way, I thought I did the editor. I guess I misclicked. I was trying to get it to go into the editor. I guess I screwed up. No problem though. So we can go to the salon. Let's go to the salon. We'll see if we can load it up that way. Yep. So if you don't use the editor, this is your other way, I guess, as far as to see if it does load. Alright, what do we got in here? What is this one? Wait, is it? There's the Subaru right there. Look at that crap. So this one's the Legacy. I don't know what this means. Multis? So yeah, apparently these do load in at the salon. So we got the Death Rod in here too. This one's the Stance. Take that back. Yeah, so this is one of them that loads. Well, this is not the WRX. I don't think it's called Multis. I don't know what that means. This one does have the inline 4 dual air can 4x4, so it is all wheel 4x4. There it is. We can load it up in here. If this isn't the right one, we can load it up over there. There's the engine. So it does have an engine cover on it. That's cool. Check that out. So it actually has the Subaru engine cover to it. That's fancy. Yep. So there's that one. I'm going to load up over here, though, and see what kind of trims we got for that Subaru. So at least we know it is loading properly. Let's see here. Subaru. You almost need to put a search in here, because if you get a lot of cars in here, I guess as far as it's a little bit easier to find it. Type it in there. For Subaru. There's the Audi. Nissan. There's the Porsche. That's the Nissan. Not even sure what the thumbnail for it looks like. Toyota. I guess it does have the insignia for it too. That's the McLaren. Chevy Stepside. I think I might have passed it. So the engine bay may be legit. Yeah, as far as the engine cover, definitely does. Here's the Legacy right there. So we got the GT. I think the one we've got loaded up here is this one here. This is the one that's in the salon right now. Here's the WRX STI. I don't know what it means at home, but load this one up. Let's make it blue. Cool. Now we're not going to buy this one. So here's the WRX STI. So at least for the engine cover, it does have legit cover. Now the engine that's in this one, it has, yep, so it's an inline 4 dual overhead cams, no, so not the BFM. It's pretty much on the same basis for it, but it is all-wheel drive, all-time all-wheel drive. Now, like I said, even though this one is considered the STI, it's not going to have that option to be able to switch back and forth. It's just going to be all-wheel drive. Rally blue. I can see the intercooler on the top of the motor. So is this one here. I don't know what's what. We can't pull this apart. So this is the intercooler, I assume. That's pretty neat. Look at all the lines they got going into the... That's pretty fancy. So this whole thing here is a engine cover. You can see what's all lit up there. They really dressed this up to make it look like a Subaru. Look at the wing on this thing. Check it out. So, yeah, we definitely got to see if we can find one of these. Oh, this is a right-hand side? What the hell? So, can we make this so that it's not right-hand side? Ooh. So, that's kind of weird. It's not, they don't have a left-hand version. So, is this a right-hand side, too? Yeah, these are right-hand side cars. Just realize that now. It's the BFM, it's just all-wheel drive. Right. So the fact that it's the BFM, that's all-wheel drive, yeah. That means it's, what's JDM? I don't know what that means. You know more about the Subarus than I do, so is that a bad thing? I don't know if that's a bad thing. Let's see what else they got in here, though. So now we know what we're looking for. Boop. Let's load up the wide boy. Ooh, check this one out. So let's do the Rally Blue. This is the wide boy. So all these are right hand side. So I notice right off the bat it doesn't have the fancy intake, I guess, as far as on the hood. It's missing. They left out the insignia on the grill. Okay. Making some comparisons here. So this is the wide boy. It's got the wide body kit on it. Look at the wing on this one. Yeah, it wouldn't be my thing, I guess, as far as I have a right-hand steering wheel, but I guess that's what this one has. It's a very good thing. More power. Wide body rules. So yeah, they have that. This is a separate trim. So it's probably not going to be one of those things where we can put the wide body onto the WRX, for example. This is going to be very specific for this trim. That's why they have the different separate config. What else do we have? So here's the Legacy GT. This is probably the base model. Base model for the Subaru. Very simple. It does have that. I find this very impressive, I guess, as far as this engine cover kind of makes it look like. So even though it has the in-game BFM, it makes it look, when you open it up there, that's a Subaru engine. So yeah, we definitely got to see if we can find one of these. So are we looking to want to get the WRX STI? Yeah, family sedan, right? And it looks very much like that. Very simple. It doesn't have the wing or anything like that on there. So I think we're in the market, I guess, as far as to find a WRX STI. Okay, so that's what we got to look for. So we've been able to look at pretty much all the trims. So other than the fact that it's a right-hand drive, I guess that's the only thing that turns me off to it, but it is a Subaru. So let's go ahead and return to the garage. And we'll check out some barns, junkyard, all that good stuff. I guess first see if we can find this thing. Sounds good. Do. Oh, so my player didn't work. What happened here? Oh, now you turn it on. A little late. We're good. Alright, so I think I've got room in the project garage to be able to get that Subaru WRX in here. Plus we got a spot open here in the garage. Just make sure we got enough room here. Oh yeah, we got plenty of room. Let's swap this one to here. Cool. Let's go check out a junkyard and see if we can find one. Go to junkyard. And if we don't find one here, we'll check the barn. Excuse me. Subarus, when in stock config, are Swiss Army knives, and people modify them for specific tasks like drag racing, rally. Right. Alright, so do we got anything loose in here? We do not. Let's see if we got a Subaru WRX STI in here. Let's see if we got one of those in here. So nothing down that aisle. Nothing down that aisle. Do 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 do. Nothing on the hill, so that's a Camaro. What do we got here? That's Aston Martin DBS. We might have to do a few visits to the junkyard and or the barns, I guess, as far as to see if we can find one. No fire, no WRX in this this visit. Okay, official. We have no Subaru in this visit. We'll check some files there. So we do got some Subaru parts. So there's a Legacy trunk. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, so we'll check out a barn next, because at first we didn't find. Yeah, so we got the Subaru parts in here. Nice, that's a good thing. Subaru Legacy rear window B. What the heck? So that must have a roll cage on it. I think it's got a roll cage on the rear window. That's kind of wild. Got some cool parts for that Subaru. Alright, so let's go check out a barn. Check out a barn next. Japanese domestic market. Oh, I got you. That's what JDM. Mopawa. We like Mopawa. Okay. Back here at the house for a second. We're going to check out a barn. I can go ahead and reset this. Close it. Don't need that anymore. Alrighty then. So let's go check out a barn. We got plenty of barns. We got over 100 barns. Let's see if we can find it in the barn. Let's see if we can find it in the barn. Cross the fingers again. I almost need that lucky clover again. Alright, let's see if we got a Subaru in here. So nothing loose on the list. We got it straight ahead. This looks like another Aston Martin. It's the Vantage, yep. We found a DBS there at the junkyard. Not what we're looking for. So I'm looking for a Subaru. This one is a Land Rover. Range Rover, take that back. Same difference. So not what we're looking for. Yeah, one more car in here somewhere. Where are you hiding? There's the front of the barn. Oh, right over here. So we got a Corvette C8. That's our turbo, at least as far as, yep. So, no Subaru in this barn. Let's see if I can pilfer some stuff here. I got a starter on it? Does not, so that starter's already been pilfered, okay. So, we're looking for... Okay. So most of these barn finds are not going to have a lot of the stuff that we have on the list here. But it doesn't hurt to look. Just to see. Starter. Yeah, this one's got the starter on it. Really, bro? So I can't get that, so I got to be on the lift. That's a bummer. That starter's going to come off on the lift. So we have... this guy, let's see if this one's got starter on it. Wait, has this got the BFM in it? Hold on a minute. Yep, this one's got the BFM in it. Big frickin' motor. That's what I like to call it. Nope, that starter's already been pilfered. Okay, so really nothing in this barn. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna go do a round robin, I guess, as far as... We'll check the auction there, too. I don't remember if it said it was available at the auction. I think we'll do an auction. Check out the salvage auction. Salvage auction. Keep those fingers and toes crossed. We'll get this one found. Yeah, we'll do an auction and then we'll go back to the junkyard. We'll do a round robin with that until we find one. It's the thrill of the hunt. Not to be confused with Attila the Hun. It's the thrill of the hunt. Alright, so let's go check out a salvage auction. Salvage auction it is. Now we can check out the regular auction there too, but you're gonna probably play top dollar for it at this regular auction. So we got a Subaru WRX STI. That's what we're looking for. So from what we saw at the salon, it's going to be a blue car. There's a Legacy. Here's a wide boy. We did see that in the salon. So this is a wide boy. Okay, so we only got the wide boy here at the salvage auction. Okay. Gotta drag one of those. Let's check out this one here just for curiosity. So it's a blue. Here's the Maltese. It's a 5-star. So we saw that one there. That is not the WRX STI. Let's see what this looks like. We did see that one of these at the salon though. White, very plain. Yep, so that's not the one. Cool looking, cool styling on it though. White kind of shows off a lot of the coolness of it. This is a very well done mod. I'll say that much. Very well done. Okay, so that's go back. So that's the Maltese. Do we have any WRXs in here? No, we don't. So no, not in either auction. We have a WRX STI. And the wide boy and that Maltese. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, let's go back to the garage. We're gonna check out another junkyard. It's that simple. Round robin. I'm confident we will find one. Just a matter of how long it's gonna take us to find one. How long is it gonna take us to find one? That's the question. Might take us a little bit. But it's that thrill of the hunt, like I said. So let's do junkyard. Back to the junkyard we go. We haven't done this in a while as far as do a round robin to find what we're looking for. Okay, we got anything loose? Nothing loose? Okay, let's check our cars out. So we got a Ford. That's the OG Ford. We did do a bear frame one of those earlier. Kind of fun. Yep, cross those fingers and toes. Okay, nothing there, nothing here. That's definitely not a Subaru. Nothing in this spot. Oop, got a Camaro. What's this one here? Oh, this is the one we don't have. That's the all-wheel drag. We don't have all the components there to be able to do that one properly. Nothing down that aisle. Cross his toes. Maybe I should get a cross toes emo out there. So this is the fake Viper. Yep. That's Mercedes. Yep. Definitely not a Subaru. Okay, nothing in that spot. Nothing in that spot. And nothing in these spots. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have a Subaru here today. Nope. Alright. We're gonna keep it rolling here. Okay, so nothing in this visit to the junkyard. We're gonna check out another barn. Continue the round robin. We're bound to find one. Bound to find one. We know it exists. We went to the salon and once we know what's out there. Okay. Brief stop here over at the garage to go to another barn. I don't even know how many we got. I know we got well over 100 barns. Well over. Alright, let's go check out another barn. It only goes up to 99. Keep those fingers and toes crossed. Okay, what do we got here? Nothing loose. Okay, what kind of cars we got in this barn? We got a 57 Chevy. Nice. We got a McLaren, it looks like. Wide body. We've worked on one of those. Looks pretty parted out though. Got one more car in here. And it's a Camaro SS. So no Subaru in this barn. I'll see what we can pilfer off this though. No Subaru in this barn. Does have a starter, I'm gonna take it. I'm taking it. That's repairable. Do. They don't need it anymore. Let's just see what's on the 57. That one's got the starter on it. Take that one too. Cool. We got a couple of starters off of this barn at least. We'll buy those parts and we'll head back. And we'll check out another salvage auction. That's the way this works. Round robin. Do. Thrill of the hunt. Alright. Short stop over here, I guess, as far as before we go over to the salvage auction again. Do. Alrighty then, so let's go to salvage auction. We'll check them both out, but salvage auction, I feel like we want to have something that we can fix up there a little bit. Okay, salvage auction. My own Subaru WRX STI. Oh, we got a GT, Legacy GT. 2-star. Take a look at this one real quick. Yep, so this one's the base model, basically, just the simple. Alright, so there's that.
I'll be back.
You'll be back. Yeah, hopefully we find one by the time you come back. So nothing here at the salvage auction. Let's check out. Let's check out the normal auction. So got an SS and a standard for a Camaro. Oh, we got excited there for a second. So there's our Lancer. This kind of reminds me too, I guess, as far as of the WRX, the Mitsubishi Lancer. Okay, we have nothing at the auctions. As far as for a WRX STI. Just the Mitsubishi Lancer. Okay, so nothing at the auctions today, so let's go ahead. Go back to the garage and we'll check out another junkyard. Round robin continues. Yeah, hopefully maybe by the time Chemical comes back there, we'll have one found. That's wishful thinking. My bad. Oh, the wifey's getting up. I see. Gotta see what's going on with the wifey. Alright, so what do we say next? Junkyard. Or the junkyard. Junkyard it is. I can feel it in my bones. I think it's gonna happen either at the junkyard or the barn. Junkyard or the barn is where it's gonna happen. Okay, we got anything loose? We got a brake servo. Nice. We gotta be able to find that. Check out the cars here first. Nothing in that spot. Nothing on there. Nothing on the porch. Nothing in that spot. Kind of slim pickings over here in the front of the junkyard. Nothing in this spot. Definitely not a Subaru. What is this guy? Bare frame Chevy Camaro SS. Cool. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get this one. We can do another speed run on this one at a later time. We're going to buy that. We'll do a speed run on this for future stream. Let's buy it. And we'll put that in the car parking. Cool. We've always said whenever we find a bare frame car, we want to speed run that thing. Kind of fun to do. Okay, nothing in these spots. So far, just the bare frame and that Charger or Challenger. I think it was the Charger. Yeah. Otherwise, pretty slim pickings. Oh, we got a C1 here. Standard. Nice. So let's check these aisles out. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing down this aisle. Okay, so no Subarus on this junkyard visit. Nope. Alright, so that's confirmed. We do have a brake servo, though. I gotta see if I can find that. I've been needing to stock up on those. Let's check these here by the gate. Oh, we got lucky. Yes, we got lucky. This is 2-star. Cool, so we did get our brake servo, and we bought ourselves a bare frame car. Cool deal. So we didn't leave empty-handed, at least. Search still continues, I guess, as far as for Subaru WRX STI. So we'll be going to Barn next. Barn shall be next. Yeah, let's get some more crossed fingers out there, I guess, as far as help the process on, I guess, as far as finding a Subaru. Alright, so Barn it is. Still got over 100. Not sure how many over 100, but we definitely still got 100. Ooh, what do we got here? That one is a Volkswagen Honda Civic Street Fighter. Cool car. Fun cars to work on. So that's at the front of the barn. That's a good sign. What else is in this barn? So we got a Koenigsegg. Holy smoke, CCX. And we get a Subaru. Give me a Subaru. What's back here? That's a Mustang. Ford Mustang Standard. So, yep, no Subaru in this one. But, let's see what else we got loose in here. Nothing else loose. Okay, so... yeah, other than just that Honda Civic Street Fighter, we have one of those in our own warehouse. So, I think we're good on this barn. Trying to keep it rolling here as far as we can find the Subaru. I would take the time, I guess, as far as to look for the crate, but priority is trying to find the Subaru. Okay, quick stop here, and we'll go to auctions again. Round robin. Round robin. Okay, so let's go back to auctions. What we got here at the auction still. So we have found, I guess, as far as a couple of the other configs of the Subaru over at the auctions. Just not the WRX. Nope, not that one. Every time I see a blue car, I get excited. Okay, so nothing here at the salvage auction. Subarus. double check there again. So let's go back to this one. Got anything in here? Ooh, we got a 5-star here at the regular auction. Okay, let's take a look at this one. So we did find a WRX 5-star here at the normal auctions. Very plain. Got the white paint on it. Definitely got a bid on it. Definitely got a bid on it. Look at this puppy. So this one's originally from... Where the heck is that? I don't even know where that is. We're going to see if we can take it home, though. So let's go ahead and bid on it. So the high end, 46,000. All right, let's see if we can get it for no more than that. Got a couple of bidders. Started off pretty high there too, now they think of it. Ooh, okay, get a little bit snippy at me. Ooh, you dirty rascal. 45. Nope, he says you're not getting it that cheap. We got it for 47, so not too much over the estimated. Cool. And that is a 5-star, so let's put that in the garage. Get back to the house here and check it out. We did finally find one, and we had to go to the regular car auction, so we might have paid a little bit more than we wanted to, but let's go check it out. Let's get back to the house and check it out. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got out here with our Subaru WRX STI. So with it being a 5-star, we definitely can be assured, I guess, as far as it does start. I definitely want to paint it a different color. This white is just too simple. Definitely too simple. So it does have, I don't know what this means at home. I don't know what that means. Maybe Chemical knows a little bit more about that, but it is the all-wheel drive inline 4 dual overhead cam. What I'm curious to see, look at that cover. That cover covers all that up there, just as far as to give it that Subaru look. That's kind of wild. So look at the way they've got these configured. They got the ABS over here. Air filters that way, so it is that BFM all-wheel drive engine. ECU, that's actually on the inside of the car, under the dash. That's pretty cool. So that is the Type B. Servos on this side. Okay. Interesting, interesting design here. So yeah, that was one thing I was really curious to see with that one car part. This one here, as far as it covers it all up there to give it that Subaru look. We're going to fix that one up while we got it off. There's a lot of work went into that car part just to get that to look right. So what's going on with... Oh, what I'm noticing... Oh shoot, it's not going to let me look at it that way. They got the springs pretty well squished down here. Those struts to fit in there. I think I noticed there. A little bit of the strut tower gets as far as poking through. They did the best they could, I guess, as far as to get that to line up just right. Solid. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that car part back on there. We got that fixed. This is pretty cool. I like that idea, I guess, as far as to make that whole engine cover. Now, obviously, there's some parts on here that aren't actually there. You know, as far as some of these fill points, it just gives it that look. That is pretty cool. So the intercooler, I guess, as far as on the top of the engine, like Chemical was mentioning, as far as they built that into that car part, it's neat. So what I'm curious to find out here, oh, yep. So right-handed car. Forgot about that. Can I sit in here, or what's the deal? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, let me sit in here. No. Well, let me sit in here. Let me pull... Is that one of the flaws on this one, or it doesn't let me sit in it? Oh, no. Okay, hold on. I see a problem with this car already. It won't let me sit in it. Okay, let me swap these cars here real quick just to see. Let's move this over to this spot. Well, I'll swap them out. Okay, let's see if it'll let me in this way. I cannot sit in this car. That's a bummer. It's got a roll cage in it. That's cool. That's a bummer. I can't sit in the darn thing. Let's see here. I don't know how else to get into it. Can't drive it. No. Okay, hold on. Here, move. I got no other way to get into this car. I gotta be able to sit in it. I wonder if it's one of those. Oh no. That's the only flaw I see on this car so far is that it can't sit in it. What about the other side? Won't let me sit in it. Well, that stinks. I had high hopes for this thing. I wonder if we... So that rear window, we saw that in the parts there. It does have the roll cage, I guess, as far as applied right to the rear window of this. I can pull that out. Is that in the way? So maybe that's in the way. So that roll cage is in the way. That's what the problem is. It's the only way we can sit in it. Wild. Okay, let me get out of here again. So that roll cage is in our way of being able to sit in it. Okay, hold on a minute. So if we go... Assemble. Okay. Yeah, so that roll cage disallows us from sitting into it. That's a little bit of a problem. A little bit of a flaw in that design. I like the idea, I guess, as far as putting the roll cage in it, don't get me wrong. But the only way we can sit in it is to take it out. Okay, so we know it should start. Look at that turbo. Okay, so we know it runs. So what we'll do is we'll get this over to the dyno and see where we're at. So at the base level, this one has 800 horse. Holy crap! Is that for real? That seems pretty high for a horse cylinder, but okay. So it's got 800 horse. Can you take the yeah, so yeah, I was just trying to get into it. So we had to take... The only thing that I've found a way to get into it is we got to take that roll cage out with the rear window. It's only... So it interferes. Alright, so let's see if we get the base 800 horsepower out of this thing. Without doing anything to it. See how much horsepower we're losing. Much horsepower. That's pretty cool. A lot of horsepower for that little engine, though. Holy smokes! Holy smokes! Does this thing got slicks on it? Let me see what it's got. So no tuning. That's confirmed. It has 305s in the back, 325s in the rear. Pretty wide tires. But no slicks. I don't think it is. Let me see. Nope. So it is race tire. Wow, yeah, we gotta take this to the strip and see what she can do. So it's only missing 41 horsepower. Is this for real, Chemical? This thing gets 800 horsepower at the base? That's what this one's showing anyway. 800 horse at the base. That seems high for that engine. I don't know. I don't know these Subarus, so... Anyway, let's get this over to the strips. So we got our dyno. Not stock, no. So... I can understand you could probably get 800 horsepower if you put the performance parts to it. So I feel like this one's probably set a little too high at the base. Yeah, so let's get this over to drag strip. Now they got our dyno. Stock around 300, 350. That sounds a little bit more reasonable. I feel like there's not been made a lot of room, I guess, as far as to add performance parts to this engine. Because right now it's no performance parts. It's getting 41 horsepower less than 800. That's what we dynoed it as. So let's see what this does here at the quarter mile. So looks like our SS Street Custom wants a piece of our WRX. What does this mean by at home? That's another thing I don't get. What does that mean, at home? I assume there's something with that. Clips is the same with that engine. Without performance parts to it? At home, no clue. Never heard of it. Yeah, so I don't know why it's labeled as the at home. But it is a WRX. So we did get this one. I don't know if you missed it there, Chemical. Got it at the auction. But what I didn't check out yet as far as like how much we're in the hole with this one. We did pay overestimated. Alright, here we go. Let's see what this one can do. Gearing's kind of weird on it. Very short gear. I'll try that one again. The OT is, as far as at the base. So maybe that's what they tried to do. Just kind of mimic what the Mitsubishi Eclipse OT is at. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that one again. You gotta be back again. Yeah, well, at least you know we did find one. It might be just meaning it has he has one at home. I don't know. I don't get that as far as why he's got it labeled at home. Unless it's like it's whoever the dude that made it, I guess, as far as has one of these IRL. Could be. I don't know. Yeah, let me do this one again. I want to race that one again. The gearing on this one's a little bit weird. Very short. Short poles on the transmission. There we go. Got to be quick on the shifts. That time we got him. Yeah, just had to be a little bit quicker on the shifts is all. Pretty cool car. I'll have to admit. Let's do one more. Well, the rest of mod, we already raced that engine. Let's try something else. So let's do an old school V8 2-carb supercharged slick ESG drag. This one's available on the Steam Workshop. Yeah, you pretty much got to shift like immediately out of the chute in that first gear. Well, it's got a 5-speed in her. He's got a 5-speed in her, so we got a like a 10.3 car, mid 10-second car. Check that out. This is all base. No performance to it. We haven't done anything to it yet. Right, let's get this back to the house. Pretty cool. So yeah, I guess if it's right in line, I guess as far as with how the Mitsubishi Eclipse OT was done, the special OT, not a bad deal then. Take a closer look at this one. I want to see how much we're in the hole with this one. We paid about 1,000 over, I guess, as far as the estimated. So we'll just see how much we're in the hole. May not be at all. I'll be okay with that. Okay, so let's see officially. Look at this, it's in really good shape. It was a 5-star. But we're not even in the hole, even paying that much that we did. We're in really good shape with this one then. Let's get this back over to lift A. And we're going to fix this thing up here. So let's try to see if we can get all the base horsepower out of this thing. I do want to repaint it too. What should we do it the Rally Blue? I'll let Chemical, I guess, as far as decide on that one. Pretty cool looking car though. Look up the indent, I guess, as far as even where the gas fill is. So it's got the flare kit, I guess, as far as on that there. So take that plate off of there. Put a different plate on there. Your WRX is, oh, it is white. So it is white. For real? It's so plain though. Anyway, we're gonna drain the oil, and we'll fix up this engine and get all the base power out of this thing. Okay, so oil should be in good shape. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What are you doing? Yeah, oil's in really good shape. For 5-star, that's what I expect. It looks like an aftermarket wide body kit. Your stock wide body doesn't stick out that much. Oh, it doesn't? Kind of neat how this one is, though. That's the first thing that kind of popped in. It's got the indent, I guess, first for the fuel fill. Alright, so we got that drained. Let's get this off. So we got to get the gearbox out of there and all that good stuff. So it is all-wheel drive. You can see that. Get the rear drive shaft off. Oh no, it's doing that thing. Bro, come on now. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, I had it. There we go. Hey, when it does that thing with the drive shaft. Okay, so we got that one off. So yeah, you can definitely see it is all-wheel drive. Get these tires off and get those drive axles out. Mean looking standstill. Yeah, it's a pretty cool looking car. I'll have to admit. The fact that it gets that much off the base without any performance parts on it. Pretty wild. Those drive axles out. Game power plant. Yeah, so it uses the all-wheel drive BFM. But what I find pretty interesting is how they did that car cover, the engine cover, because as far as to make it look when you open the hood, I guess as far as like a Subaru. Yeah. Let's get this out of there. Starter sprocket come off on the top end. Yep. Get that off on the top end. So we already fixed this up here, because as far as that car part, look at all that covers that whole engine like that whole engine bay. Pretty cool. All right, we're gonna charge the battery. Yeah, I noticed I made that point against as far as the turbo should be still on here, right there. That's the base game engine. But I noticed the intercooler on that that car part that we just pulled off. Yeah. So it's not like it's using the in-game intercooler, I guess, as far as to mimic that. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but so yeah, I think the fact this one here is a right-handed car. It has a servo on the right-hand side, I guess, as far as that makes sense, as well as the ABS all on the right-hand side. That does kind of make sense to have it over there, because that's where the pedal would be. Interesting. Alright, so now we can get the gearbox out. Okay, so it's not going to be 100% the same engine that's in the car that you probably had. Oh, I forgot to take the starter off, my bad. That's what I meant to do. I need to get that from the top side. Son of a gun. It's so annoying that you can't get that down from the bottom side. Should be able to get that from the bottom side. Anyway. Okay, now we can get the gearbox out from the bottom side. Up and down, up and down. Well, the thing is the game has Yeah, it's kind of a tricky thing because you can't just you can build your own engine, but it's not going to react the same in the game as far as the game mechanics. Like you can build it, I guess, as far as, but you wouldn't be able to take it apart, and it won't function the same. You know, yeah. So even if you were to say build this engine, I guess as far as to mimic, I guess as far as the Subaru engine, you'd have to build around the existing engine so that you would have something to interact with. I guess if that makes sense. So just like that car part that's on the top, you pull that off as like a cover and then just build the in-game engine, that type of thing. You can't build your own engine to put it in, you know, the way it's built by that manufacturer. That's why I feel that type of engine should be in the base game, which it's not, at least currently. So we should be able to pull that out now. Cool, we got the gearbox and all that out. Let's pull her out. That's the whole point of real life. Build your own motor and test it good. Yeah, so this game doesn't allow for that. So if it isn't a base game engine, they didn't include anything Subaru in here. That's the thing. By default. That's why this is a mod, right? Let's pull it out. So the only thing we really do have with the Subaru is the body, not necessarily the power plant. But I give props to how they did that car part and put that over that to make it look like the Subaru. That's pretty wild. I can't even imagine what it took, I guess, as far as to design that one part. So let's get this on the stand. Only engine we got now, so we'll just break this one down. So I'm thinking we're gonna get this to 100% green for starters. The way I like to start them off, and just to see if we can get that base power, and then we can add performance to it, I guess, as far as from that point. Yeah, that would be kind of neat if they did have the Subaru engine. I don't know what they look like in reality, but this is the closest one we have, I guess, as far as to apply to it, as far as what the game provides. At least Subarus are available as mod. Exactly. So the only thing we can hope for is in the next rendition that they will have the proper Subaru licensing. Be able to put that type of engine in here. Now, with that being said, I guess as far as they really didn't have licensing per se, that's why you have the generic names for the cars. But you have the likeness of them, right? To include the LS engines and whatever. They don't call them the official names, I guess, as far as, but they do have the likeness of those different engines and cars in here. So it's not like they couldn't put it in there. But yeah, I'm sure Subaru had something to say, I guess, as far as like, what, look, we don't want our cars represented in your game, and you have to be, you know, understanding of that. Yeah, but I think the fact that we even have just the car body in here represented, that's something. And this person that designed this one, they did a really good job on it, from what I can see so far. We haven't even dug into the body parts yet, besides that car part on the engine. But yeah, so far it looks pretty good. You're looking good. Yeah, so the fact that we do have other manufacturers like the Mazdas are represented properly with the rotaries, at least 2 different rotaries that are represented. I think it just holds true, I guess, as far as we need to have certain other manufacturers like the Subaru, I guess, as far as also represented. That's up to the car manufacturer themselves, as well as the Red Dot Games. Make it happen. You know what? I don't even know if... Do I have one of these built? I don't think I do. So that's the all-wheel drive one. I don't think I got any of these built. Meant to look and see. So I got that twin turbo inline 6. We have... Nope, we do not. I don't have any of those built, but I do have this one here. I think this is a BMW. Can't remember what that one is. We've had that one for a while. We need to rebuild that, actually. It's not 100%. One of these days. One of these days. Right now, we got this one to rebuild. Trying to get this one to 100%. Okay, what are we missing yet on here? Filter. I guess we gotta get the sparkulators out of there. Yep, sure do. Hard to get that head off when you still got the sparkulators in there. I don't imagine, I guess, as far as this, there can't be that much difference in engine design. I figure this has got to be pretty close. I've never worked on a Subaru engine, so I can't say for sure. I'd have to imagine this would be pretty close. Let's get the bottom end off. Okay, so let's rotate, get the bottom end. 4 cylinders. 1 cylinder per journal. So I'm thinking of some of the other stuff that we'll have to tackle to get, that'll affect horsepower. Probably like the exhaust, ECU, all that good stuff. So we can get those pistons out of there. We'll get some new ones for those. Okay, crank come out. Cool, that's left with the engine block itself, and that's in good shape. Let's go ahead and fix all that up. At least now you know they're... oh crap! I just broke that starter. That was one of them we got from the... yeah. Damn it, I broke that starter. That makes me sad. Oh well. We had 2. I guess that's probably why I got 2 of them from the barns. We'll get fixed up what we can here on this this engine build. So if this works the same way as the Mitsubishi Eclipse, the Special OT, we could probably get a lot of horsepower out of this WRX. I think we've got like 1,700 horsepower off of our Mitsubishi Eclipse Special OT, I remember. Yeah, we got quite a bit of horsepower out of that one. Might even be more than that. I can't remember. It's been a while since we worked on that one. It's been a while. Okay, so this back on the stand, we'll get this rebuilt. So we got our crank, it's refurbished. Pistons, we'll get some new pistons and rings. 4 of them on this one. Don't forget those rings. 17 sounds about right. Yeah, 1,700. I think that's what we got. Pretty sure that's what we got. So yeah, if we can get as much on this one as we can on that Mitsubishi, that's pretty cool. Okay, so put our head back on. Get our heads on straight. So cams were refurbished. We'll have to get some new cam caps though, yep. Get some new cam caps. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 8 of them. If I'm counting right. Those cams are good though, right? I just want to make sure. Wait a minute. I didn't put those back in. Hold on a minute. I gotta take this back off for a second. Yeah, that is 100, and that's 100. I just want to make sure. Because I know some of these parts are in the green, but they're not necessarily 100%. I just wanted to make sure that did get refurbished. We put it back in there. Going to post office. Okay, so they got your... Did you get off the truck there? I know that yesterday, I guess as far as you had it. You went all the way over there and it wasn't there. Hopefully it's there this time. Hopefully you get your eBay part. We're just going to build this engine. Get it to 100% so we can get all that base horsepower out of the Subaru. So we got our cover. Okay. Sparkulators. We'll get some new sparkulators. More new sparkulators. Have to get some new ignition coils. I'll see they're way down there, aren't they? Kind of like just how they are in reality. Okay, so get some new ignition coils. Whoop, that's this 4. Don't get carried away. Don't mean you get carried away. Cool. Alright, so get that intake back on there. Throttle. Okay, we need a new cam gear. Those are not repairable. Go back to this store. Let's get this exhaust manifold on. Turbo. Alternator, that should be fixed up. Refurbish, like a brand new. Water pump, and then it's there. Idlers, we'll get some new ones of those. Okay, we need new belts. Done a lot of really cool things today. We finally got story cars done. Yeah, see, that one's another green part. We'll make it 100% though. I think our latest, did I get 2 of those? I did, didn't I? Hold on. I just bought 2 of those. Oh, that's the, okay, never mind. We're good. Those green parts are definitely throwing me off a little bit. We'll get that timing cover back on. Okay, we need a new one of those. Those are not repairable. Very unique harmonic balancer on this engine build. Okay, and a new belt for that. Okay, new idler for that belt. Gotta keep her tame, we don't want her flapping around. Cool, and that's all of that. Cool, let's get the bottom end. A new filter, and get our bottom end. Cool, let's get the bottom end. Most of all, this should have been repaired and refurbished. Get our crank set in place. Now, something that comes to mind, I guess, as far as when we talk about modded engines, I guess the TK aftermarket does have a lot of that, but I don't know, that thing's got some issues. It does tend to interfere with a lot of functionality of the game, from what I've come to find, so that's the only reason why I don't use it. So I guess there may or may not be, I guess, as far as a legit Subaru engine, I guess, as far as with that mod. But like I said, we tend to steer away from that. I think it just needs to come down to, like, those particular engines, like the Subaru engine, need to be fully represented at the base. Okay. Get a new fuel filter. Okay, and we'll get our oil pan back in there. That's all refurbished. That's our bottom end. Flip this right side up, and I think we're... Yep, we gotta get these parts, so we need that one brand new. Get our time and stuff still in there. Okay, we need time and chain. Chain of food. Okay, that gear. Cover, that's repaired, cool. That's all done. So we gotta get our little squirt guns in there, those are all repaired. Little fuel squirt guns. What they look like. Little mini squirt guns. Okay, those were 100%, yep, they were. Okay, so I think we've got everything on here. So let's make sure. It's gonna be kind of hard to tell because got so many green parts off of this 5-star. Okay, gearbox, oils, I think we're good. Yeah, I broke that one there. That makes me mad. I'll go ahead and sell that. That makes me so mad. So we did have to take the rear window out of that so we could actually sit in it. Alright, so I think we're good on our engine build. Go ahead and pull this off. Slap her back in. So for now, at least anyway, I'm just going to focus on getting the engine and all the related parts to 100%. To maybe get all the base horsepower. At least for now. So she's back in there. So we're going to have to deal with ECU. Pull that off, get that one brand new. Let's get a new ECU. That'll be in the electronics store. Slap that in. Okay, so that'll be the brand new one of those. Fuses and relays. Check those out. So, yeah, just going to focus on what will affect the horsepower. So, obviously, it's things like exhaust, fuel pump, fuel tank, those types of things. Okay, let's get this fuse panel fixed up here. Okay, and we'll get some new fuses and relays for this refurbished deal here. Where are we at? Right there. So battery's still on the charger. Okay, make sure to get that off there. Okay, let's get those over here. So we got 2 of these relays. 1 of those relays. 2 of these. Come on, bro. Silly. So we got 2 of these. Ah, that being silly. 1 of those and 1 of these. Cool, let's get those put in. We've seen some pretty phenomenal cars as far as the way they're modded, like the McLaren. How well that one's done. You make use of what the game has to provide, you know, for base parts. The McLaren's probably one of the better cars I feel that's been done. Next to like even like the 2012 Camaro, the C1 Corvette, all the different trims for that. This one here obviously was limited to how the actual Subaru engine is done. Okay, so we'll put that recharge battery in there. The ECU's done. Gearbox, we got that fixed up. So we do the radiator stuff. Yeah, let's drain that out. Get those fixed. I want to make a mess on the floor. So it does have an intercooler right here. Just notice that. There's an intercooler on the front, even though it does have the one on that car part. I guess as far as to depict that on the top of the engine. Get this all fixed. So we got to get that from the bottom side. Get that off of there. There's our intercooler. Let's go ahead and fix all that up. Okay, let's just slap all our refurbished parts back in. So intercooler, because that's the only thing we need on the bottom side. Let's put our radiator stuff back in there. Radiator, that's refurbished. All the radiator parts. Okay, now we can get the gearbox and all that back in there. That's all been refurbished. So other than the exhaust, think of anything else we need to refurbish, I guess, or get brand new, I guess, as far as to get all that base horsepower out of this thing. Engine is completely rebuilt. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna need this new pipe. Go back to this store. Cool, and we'll get the rest of that too. So we'll get all this brand new. New middle mufflers, no catalytic converter on this one. Turbo resonator. Okay, let's get the rest of that out. That on the list. Exhaust pipe. Guess we got 4 of them in the warehouse. Holy smokes! I should have used that, huh? Wait, what the heck's going on here? So we need this dude here. What is going on here? Won't let me select that. What the heck? Pull these off. Oh, is that a car part? I mean, that's why. That's a car part. Hold on a minute. It's car part 2. Check that out. So they did this one as a car part instead of. So they didn't have an exhaust that actually lines up with this body style. They made their own. Cool. All right, let's get that fixed up. Nice. Okay, we'll put that in there. So yeah, they only have in-game parts up to this point. Anything beyond that, I guess, as far as just a car part. Cool. Alright, so let's do this. Put our drive shaft back in. Get that fixed up. And then what we'll have to do is actually go to this mode and put in that rear exhaust. See, this is something I still want to figure out, how they get this to line up so nice. We don't have the ability to get these parts outside of the game to be able to model these properly. I'd like to know how the heck they're doing that. Because that's pretty cool, I guess, as far as how they got that to line up with the stock parts like that. That's pretty slick. Pretty slick. Neat. Okay, so what did I miss on here? So we gotta get the tires back on it.
You're late.
Who's late? Oh, Dark Legacy showing up. How we doing here, Dark?
What kind of car trouble?
I got that car trouble in the right place. Well, we already fixed the radiator on this one here, so we should be good on that. Should be good on that. Okay, so we should be back to 100%. Oh yeah, that's much better. So we were like 3,000 to the good. Now we're 5,000 because we did fix up some parts. Okay, so I think we got everything taken care of that would affect horsepower. We're gonna get it on the dyno and check it out and see. So I didn't do the air cleaner. Okay, hold on. Gotta do the air filter. That will definitely affect horsepower. Come on, bro. You played some Satisfactory in the spirit of Fixmas. Are you really? Yeah, they do have the Fixmas going on. Yeah, so if you haven't done the Fixmas before, how many clips we got on this thing? What the world? Hello, why won't this come off? Oh, wrong side. My bad. So it's faced this way. I was thinking that the cover was facing the front. Okay, I knew that. I knew that. So you're in the Fixmas mood? Yeah, I need to get back in there and check my calendar. Oh, gotta get the days for that. Exclamation point fluids will give you where you're at. Okay, so we got that all fixed up. So that air box was not fixable. We'll get that replaced then. Yep, get these replaced. Some of those air boxes are not repairable. This one's one of them. We'll get a new one. Alright, let's get our new air box in there. Oh, you gotta slap that bot up there a little bit, yep. Where are you at anyway? 52nd? You're getting up there. So we need a new filter. Get 100%. Ooh, snowball fight. Trying to get that snowball fight going. Get a new filter. That cover on there. Brand new. And we got our clips refurbished. Yeah, so it's faced inward, I guess, as far as that's interesting. It's different. Alright, so we get the clips here on the bottom. I'll get in on some of that snowball action. I've been trying to get a good snowball fight going all stream. Alright, there we go. So I think we've got everything that will affect horsepower done. Battery, radiator, air filter. Okay, we're gonna get this over to the dyno and get this fixed up. Okay, put that back on. Okay, let's get this over to the dyno and check it out. We do need to get some more oil in it. I forgot about that. Get back off. Get some fresh motor honey back into it. You know what I didn't look to see is, can you actually fill the oil without taking the cover off? Probably not. I'll check that out. That'd be pretty neat if they did. Okay, so our dipstick is right down here. Yeah, she's full. I'm gonna try that here real quick. Let's see. You put the cover back on. Nope. So you do have to take that cover off to get at the oil fill. Okay. No problem. I think the actual oil fill is probably over here. They got that depicted on that cover, but obviously the engine that this one has, I guess, as far as it's in that spot. It is a Subaru. Yes. It's a Subaru. We found a Subaru. It's a mod car. Alright, so let's get this over to the dyno. Oh, we got the motor honey back in. I think I got to put the coolant in it too. Remember, we had to take the radiator off. So let's fill that back up while we're at it. Yeah, they have this one available on the Steam Workshop. So it doesn't have, apparently, the specific engine that the Subaru has. Just using base game, I guess, as far as equipment there, but a lot of work went into, I guess, as far as to make this look like a Subaru. That's for sure. I mean, this whole engine bay, this whole thing comes off, and boom, there you go. All the base game stuff there. So let's put this back on. Get it over the dyno. It might get a little toasty once we get over the dyno. I have to watch your ears. Gets a little noisy in there. Let's move this over to dyno. And let's see if we got all this base horsepower. So we were originally losing 41 horsepower. Oh, I forgot the starter. That's what I forgot. Hold on. Put that starter back on. We're gonna try and burn it out. Yep. There we go. Let's put that starter back in. There we go. Now we should be good to go. Cover back on. This is probably the most detailed engine cover that I've seen for any mod car. Quite honestly, and next to the F1 McLaren, this is the most detailed one I've seen. I'm sure there's others, but that's the most detailed we've seen thus far. Alright, here we go. A little bit noisy. Trying to get all that base horsepower off of this one. So I just realized, as this was running, I didn't do the fuel tank or the fuel pump. Fuel tank or the fuel pump. So that's probably the 3 horsepower that we're losing. We'll get this back on the lift, I guess, as far as to get that taken care of. Alright, let's get that taken care of. I did forget the starter, but I put it back in there. We're only losing for now, I guess, as far as... We just forgot to take this out. Place this out. That should be our remaining 3 horsepower that we're losing. So let's do fuel tank. That we can't repair, but we can repair the fuel pump. So we'll get that over to the table. We'll get that fixed up. Cool. That should be our... We'll get her back over to the dyno after we get this in there. Check her out again. Cool deal. Definitely got that Subaru look to it. If anything gives it away as far as that hood scoop. Very proprietary, if you will. So let's get this back over to the dyno and check her out. Alright, here we go. We get it all this time? Didn't move it at all. What the heck? What else are we missing yet? I thought for sure they would do it. Okay, well, let me check our parts list and see what we missed. It's got to be something simple. Got to be something simple. Let's see what we did miss. Did have a lot of green parts onto this, but okay, that's gonna be fire. So I'm just looking at things that are engine related. Which mod do you use to get more cars? So this one, it's on the Steam Workshop there, Seb. Now if you want to go by that, you're stopping in there. So this one we just found today, I guess, as far as one of the viewers, I guess, as far as pointed this to us at the Steam Workshop. So I'm looking for parts that are engine related. I'm not worried about all the other stuff as far as the body and that. So I wonder if the ABS pump and module is doing that. It could be. I'm going to tackle that one next. Do that. So let's take that cover back off. New person, yeah. Every once in a while that does happen. Yeah, we'll fix these two up here, I guess, as far as in C. So if I remember right, I think it does affect horsepower. And I made the note, I guess, as far as I don't know why that's the thing. But apparently it is a thing, I guess, as far as with the ABS parts. Because it is electronic, I guess. Alright, so we'll do that. Change that out, and then we'll dyno it again. See what happens. So, yeah, Seb, if you're on PC and you have access to the Steam Workshop, I guess, as far as you can find quite a few cars in there, like this one. Okay, so that. Cool deal. Alright, so let's try it one more time. Well, it's probably going to be more than one time. Hopefully this will work this time. Yeah, we got a lot of time in this one here, Seb. I appreciate you stopping in. Definitely feel free to ask. Got any questions? Okay, so we gained a horsepower, so we're still down 2. Okay, so we're going in the right direction at least anyway. So we gained a horsepower by redoing the... Dark's just got that queued up. Dark's just got it queued up. Okay, so what else do we have? Our part 3 is going to be, I think that was the window trim, so I'm not worried about that. We already did the fuses in that. So probably the power steering reservoir. We'll have to do that. So these certain parts that are tied into the engine, I guess, as far as will affect horsepower, they will affect it. So the fact that I got the engine cover off it, probably not. That's a body panel, basically. So we're gonna need to drain out the cherry juice. Let's do that. We'll get this right. We'll have to get a new one of those. Can't repair those.
A few moments later.
Oh, yeah. Cry me a river. We'll get it right. Well, 100% there. Let's get some fresh cherry juice into there. So we already did the air filter. I don't know if we're going to have to do anything with the brake servo. I don't think we do, but maybe. So we already did the ABS. You know what? I'm going to do the brake servo anyway. Whoop. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. Let's do this. Drain it out. There we go. Yeah, I remember quite a ways back, I guess, as far as I made this comment about why is it necessary, I guess, as far as to redo those types of parts, I guess, as far as to gain horsepower. That's not really a thing, at least in reality. But the game seems to depict it that way. So that's what we gotta do. I forgot to swap that out. That's our standard Generation 2 Camaro. Alright, so let's put our servo back in there. And we'll dyno it again. Put some fresh brake juice in there. Get all squished down, they got the strut assemblies in there. I've had to do that in a couple of configs. One of which I can think of right off the top is our resto build for the Charger. We put the Hellcat in there with this modern suspension. We had to squish those down pretty far to get those in there. Make it look right. Okay, let's re-dyno. See how we did. Come on, don't do me dirty. Horsepower is still missing. So we're going in the right direction at least anyway. We're in the right direction. Okay, so let's do that. Take a look at our parts list and see what else we miss. So that's all suspension. I don't know what else there could be. Nice. So we're going in the right direction. So this, give me some slack here. Steering rack. Okay, it might be this washer reservoir. Yep. We'll do that one. That should be our last horsepower. Let's drain this out and replace that, dude. Another one of those parts that's, you wouldn't think it would be affecting it, but it does. It does. Let's do, whoops, that's
Nope.
the one. Nope. Big fat nope. Okay, so let's get this bug juice out of here. Alright, and we'll get this replaced. Let's get a new one in there. Those are not repairable. Let's go to the store. Bug juice container. Slap her in. And top her off with some fresh juice. Let's give her some fresh juice. And this should be our last horsepower that we're trying to get out of this thing. This is why I like to do this much first before we apply any performance parts. That way we know 100% that we're going to get all the power we can get out of the performance parts. Alright, so this should be good. It should be golden now. Should be 800 horse. So it says 799, but I'm gonna call that good. So it doesn't show anything over here. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna call that good. So it's just on the fringe, I guess, as far as it being 800 there. But the fact it doesn't show anything over here, we know we should be good. No, don't be even going there, Dark. We're good. We're good. So it doesn't show any loss, I guess, as far as in that column. So we're good. But now that we got it all to 100%, we're gonna take this back over to the strip here. Have some fun with it for one more time for today. So at least we'll have it up to snuff, I guess, as far as we get some performance parts onto this thing. Let's go over to the strip. It's not 800. I know that's what the game says, but the fact that it doesn't show anything in the gain or loss, that's how we know it's good. That's just the way the game calculates it, that's all. Alright, so let's do quarter. Ooh, looks like the McLaren wants a piece of us. So that's a long tail. No tuning with some slicks.
It ain't got no gas in it.
Oh, it definitely got gas in it. I'll show you right now. Watch. Just hold on. Watch here. Watch. Here it goes. It's got a very quick shift on it. Like immediately you got to shift out of the chute. Got 5-speed. Pretty good reaction time. Yeah, that McLaren's we don't have nothing on that McLaren. Nothing on it. So that's appropriate there. Yeah, that McLaren definitely got us. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so we got another version of the Subaru. This is the Multis. So the Legacy. Same engine, same tires. You got a little bit of tuning. So by the numbers here, this one should beat us. This one should beat us. Let's see if it does. So, barring the fact that we get a good reaction time here. Here we go. Oh, we've got a really good reaction time. Sure did. Nice. Look at that. With all that so we were getting like 10 threes. So we gained about 0.2 by getting that engine to 100%. Yeah, we definitely got a winner chicken dinner here now. Yeah, so we definitely gained a good 0.2 or so, I guess, as far as by completely fixing up that engine. Get it 100% on the horsepower. Try another one here. Got another McLaren, so that's a standard. He's got quite a bit of tuning. So we went against the Longtail with no tuning. That kicked our butt, I guess, as far as, so I'm not even going to try that one. Let's try our V10 Special. This one has the Porsche Carrera engine into it. This is one of our own configs for that BMW Pro car. See if we can beat that one. Got a lot more cylinders to it, that's for sure. Let's see what this thing has got. So we're sitting on the right side too. Really good reaction time. Look at that. Look at that. That's a good race. That's a solid race. I like that. Beating cars with the bigger engines in it. It's like, yeah, you got. It's definitely a solid engine there too. So Longtail. I'm not even going to try the McLarens. I think they're all going to beat us. So this is the GT Special. This is one that's available on the workshop. Pretty well done, I guess, as far as the way it's tuned. I guess as far as the configuration. Does have a little bit less rating, but it is a V12 with no tuning. These are a little bit better, I guess, as far as in the base Ferrari, the F50. Let's see if we can beat it. I kind of dig the quick shifts on this thing. It beat it. Look at how tight that is, though. So even between the V10, the Pro car with the V10, and the V12. We're going so fast, you gotta call the Popo on us. Indeed. So let's try another one. Ooh. Carrera GT, so this one also has the V10. That's the same engine as in the Pro car. If I remember right. So yeah, I did make that comparison. Same one that's in the Pro car that we do. Right, so this one's got some tuning, though. Got a decent amount of tuning to it, so let's see if this V10 VW Bug can beat us. Got a lot of white cars being represented today. As well as our Subaru. Coming through. So it does kind of peg out on the, kind of chips out. It hits the chip, I guess, as far as just before the end there. Yep, we did beat that one, even with that decent amount of tuning. We got a solid little hot rod here. So we got no performance parts in this yet. None. The only thing is pretty much all stock for our WRX STI. I think what really does it for this one is probably the fact that we got the all-wheel drive to it. What else we got? So we already did that one. Oh, let's try the Pagani. This is the base Pagani V12. These are a little bit more peppy, I guess, as far as than the Ferraris. So even with that tuning there, I think this Pagani is going to kick our butt. Let's see what we can do, though. It will not surprise me if the Pagani does beat our butt. Oop, kind of misshifted there. Yep, he got us. Not by much, though. Not by much. Maybe with a little bit better reaction time, maybe we get it. Let's try that one again. Let's try that one again. We know we can get a 10-1. That Pagani's got a little bit of a upper edge for it than we do. That felt like a lot better reaction. It pegs up right at the end. Yep, so they've got us. Fair and square. Look at how close that was. Holy smokes. That's a good race. So just imagine if we get the performance parts of this thing. How well this can be. So we got our turbo. This is one of my own configs for this mod 2012 Camaro. It is a twin turbo. Got some slicks with some tuning. So we got basically 2 turbos. Turbo power cars. This one's only got 1 turbo though, as far as our Subaru. Hey, are you anticipating it? Is that an anticipation? Yep, they got us. I don't think we can get this low. Now we've been able to get like a 10.16. That's a pretty solid one there. This one did have quite a bit of tuning to it too. We'll do it one more time. Yeah, it was an anticipation. You kind of felt like it with the twin turbo and the single turbo. It didn't beat us by a whole lot though. Okay, here we go. Trying to get that snowball fight going. Yep, she got us again. It doesn't beat us by much. 2.4 to 10. Yeah, it's got us pretty good. That's solid. 701 to 657. There we go. So I'm not going to worry about the McLarens. Okay, we got a wide boy, I guess, as far as Subaru. A little bit of tuning. We're same tires, same engine. All that good stuff. Let's check this one out. Let's check the wide boy out. Beat the wide boy. Pegs out just at the very end of the quarter mile. Yeah, we got the wide boy. There's our 10.16. That's what we like. So the base Pagani beat us, so the Tempesta would probably cream us. We'll give it a shot. So this is the higher end Hyra. Kind of like the difference between base Corvette C8 and a Hennessy or PN8. Yeah. Just higher model. Okay, so here we go. Get it? Oh my god, we did beat it. That's crazy. Look at how close though. 232 to a 282. Wow, that's a good race. I kind of thought for sure that was going to beat us. We got almost identical reaction time. We were ahead of it right out of the chute. That's crazy. So it was 617 and we are 657. So it did have a little bit of lower rating too. Okay. Fair. That was fun. Cool. Yeah, we've had quite a bit of fun here today, folks. I'm starting to get a little bit famished here, so we're going to wrap this thing up here. We'll be getting back into this, I guess, as far as put some performance parts onto the Subaru in upcoming streams. So if you haven't done that already and you want to check and see the progress of this Subaru, we got this guy kind of eyeing it up here in the dyno. You can't have it, dude. It's mine. Can't have it. But in any case, yeah, if you want to see any of that progress, I guess, as far as on our Subaru, definitely feel free, I guess, as far as to hit that follow button on the channel to get the notifications when the streams are live. I gotta move this guy out of here. So the only one downside we had to do with this car, in order to get be able to sit in it and drive it, is we had to take the roll cage out of it. I'm gonna put that back in there. Let's get this back over here. So you wouldn't be able to tell as far as I'm looking at it, but we do have the roll cage out of it. That's the only way we could sit in it. Let's get this over here just to kind of show you. So we can sit in it this way. But if we put, let me get out of here. If we put the roll cage back into it. Uh-oh, I don't want me to do it. Do it this way. So the roll cage is actually a part of the rear window, which I thought was kind of a neat thing. Now, if you put that in, it doesn't let you sit in it. It kind of interferes, I guess, as far as being able to sit with that roll cage in there. So that's the only way. That's the only flaw that I see on this car. It's the only flaw. You got to take that roll cage out there in order to drive it. So other than that, pretty solid build, I guess, as far as with this thing. Got to put that engine cover back on there while I'm at it. And we should be pretty good shape with this car all the way around. Nice. So it was a 5-star, I guess, as far as from the auction. We did finally find one after a few round robins, I guess, as far as to eventually find that, I guess, as far as I appreciate Chemical Soldier, I guess, as far as for inviting us to find this car. I wish it was a left-handed car and not a right-hand side car. That's my only other downside, because I'm American. I don't drive on that side of the car. But we got a few parts here we can sell, and I got some cleanup here to do in the off stream. We're gonna be doing some NASCAR for tomorrow here on the channel. So if you want to see some of the NASCAR progression in the truck series, we'll be doing that here for Thursday. Hard to believe it's already gonna be Thursday. Before we know it'll be the week of Christmas. It's crazy. This month is just going by. Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing here tomorrow. So once again, if you have not done already, follow the channel, get the notification when the streams are live. Make sure you do that. We got our social medias posted to the channel. I'll put these at your fingertips. You can check those out at your leisure. I do like to let the folks know, especially with the holidays coming up here. We probably won't, probably have some streams that might
It was at this
be hit or
moment that
miss.
he knew
So
he
keep it
fucked up.
Where did I screw up on? I don't think I didn't screw up on anything. Anywho, we're gonna go ahead and send this off to somebody on the outro. So if you could please stick around, I guess, as far as for the raid on the outro of the stream, I'd very much appreciate it. I do hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, and we'll see you again here real soon, folks. Bye for now.